Trump has been doing everything this whole presidency for the same reasons. To consolidate power and shock the general public into compliance. To justify his authority. They want you to be so overwhelmed that you do not engage. They want you to give him that power. They want to normalize this state of fear. Do not let them, because Donald Trump is a deeply dumb and unserious person. But his hateful stupidity and his position makes him incredibly dangerous to us all. The people that surround him are the real threat. The ideological fascists like J.D. Vance and Peter Thiel, who bankrolled J.D. Vance's entire political career and handpicked members of Trump's cabinet. They actively want to destroy democracy because they quote the fascist philosophy of the chinless king incel himself, TRspodC. Right now, they need Donald Trump because he is the cult leader that can bring about their change. It's not a conspiracy theory, it is all in writing. They want to bring about the end of democracy and set up tech monarchies where the billionaire CEOs of these tech companies with their AI weaponry and surveillance rule like kings over a working class whose characters must fit rigidly within their ideology. Everyone else is people they deem undesirables. To quote TRspodC, he said the best alternative to genociding undesirables is permanent solitary confinement. Wax like a bee larva into a cell which is sealed except for emergencies. And then said the most profitable disposition for dealing with undesirables is to convert them to biodiesel. This is the man that the billionaire CEOs quote. A lot of his writings run parallel with the contents of Project 2025. Do not be mistaken. These are evil people. Their evil is connected throughout the world and its conflicts, and it exists because of the system of cruelty that we have perpetuated to give them unprecedented wealth and power to carry out these plans. But I remind you, we overwhelmingly outnumber them. Do not fear them because they need to fear us. Trump is responsible for this chaos and war, as are his fascist administration and the anti-democracy tech billionaires and the Heritage Foundation, the authors of Project 2025, and the white supremacists and the delusional cultists. All of these Nazis are to blame. Anyone who supports Trump is on the wrong side of history, and history will judge. Hard lines are being drawn, and the choice is simple. You're either not a fascist, or you are one. Thank you.
Everybody, that was Chance meeting. Give us a chance. Trump must go now. Trump must go now.
here, right now, in this moment, this is where we keep it. This is where we keep it. Keep it by showing up, by marching together, not in lockstep, but in solidarity. We do it by saying this flag, if it doesn't belong to all of us, it doesn't belong to any of us. Today, we are doing the most quintessentially American thing you can think of. We are showing up peacefully, together, proudly, defiantly to say freedom means something. To say that justice demands action and that we are not done fighting for the country we know is possible. How many kings? Whose flag? There are millions of Americans today under the same banner. But Philly, yet again, this is the flagship event, part of the fun. The national cameras are on us. They are here. So if you will indulge me, I'd like to send a very clear message to the world. Thousands of us with one voice here would you lead us in a pledge of allegiance. Incredible display of powerful people showing up for their constitutional rights. This is not the end, but this can be an inflection point for our democracy. So I'm going to ask you to take some action. If you ever work with Indivisible, we're not just about speaking, we're about action. Take out your phone. Take out your phone. How are we going to coordinate after this movement? How are we going to push forward? How are we going to be the persistent force for democracy? We're going to text No Kings, NOKINGS, to the number 59798. No Kings, 59798. Then on Monday at 8 p.m. Eastern, we're all gathering together to talk about the next steps, how we carry this movement forward. Donald Trump's not done. Are we done? Are we done? Thank you for being part of what is a historic movement for liberty and justice for all. We are stronger than the forces seeking to divide us. There are more of us than there are of them. Together we will win. One last time, how many kings? How many kings? I'll see you on Monday.
She was in Los Angeles at the beginning of the upsurge there, and she is here with us today now.
All right, everybody, y'all look so beautiful. Give it up for yourselves. As Lucha said, I am Michelle. I came all the way from LA out here because we had to be here in the capital of the U.S. to oppose this fascist military parade. And I'm very happy to be out here in the streets with all of y'all. So look, Trump's decision to hold a military parade on his birthday was already a major move as part of the dangerous momentum revolution of MAGA fascism. What does it mean that this happens after a week where Donald Trump federalizes National Guard and deploys Marines into LA to forcibly suppress righteous protests of the horrendous, heartbreaking scenes of masked and fatigued federal agents storming, yes, storming restaurants and Home Depot parking lots to carry out mass roundups, yes, round-ups without any due process. Fascism, it is happening. Fascism with its terrible momentum, direction, and consequence. Fascism. What are you going to do now? That's right. I am Michelle and I follow the revolutionary leader Bob Avakian, who has said of Trump MAGA fascism that this is, quote, not a time for demoralization and despair. This is a time for righteous anger and revolutionary determination, unquote. This is a time for collective action and self-sacrificing struggle for the greater good. The greater good of defeating fascism. This fight for the greater good would be in a much better place if people knew what Bob Avakian has contributed to the understanding of the danger represented by Trump MAGA fascism. What we're really facing, why, and what must be done to defeat it before it is too late is a pamphlet that you can get from the people wearing the Revolution Nothing Less t-shirts. They're right here to my right, our contingent. Get these pamphlets and get into this because look, more recently, in Bob Avakian official Revolution number 117, Trump MAGA fascists, cruel, demented, dark ages oppressors who twist reality inside out to justify their lawless tyranny. He says this: Trump himself plays the victim while he tramples all over the law and the Constitution he has sworn to uphold. He continually whines that he has been unfairly prosecuted because of moves to hold him accountable for the serious crimes he has committed, including his attempt to pull off a coup to remain in power after he lost the 2020 election. What does it mean when these people pose as victims and protectors of victims? It means that they are moving to use the power of the government to even more viciously and violently prosecute those who, in reality, are actually discriminated against and oppressed, and those who stand with them and stand in the way of Trump MAGA fascism. Everyone who wants to see an end to oppression based on race, sex, and gender, and an end to cruel, murderous oppression and lawless tyranny overall needs to be actively involved now and in an ongoing way in the massive movement that is urgently needed to defeat this Trump MAGA fascism, to create the conditions in the country where this fascist regime cannot govern and cannot carry out the even worse horrors it is moving to violently enforce. So that was from Bob Avakian, and you can get the pamphlet again from the REFCON Corps for the Emancipation of Humanity. We brought our contingent and we marched with y'all here today. And let me say this, to those in the military, are you really okay with becoming the right hand of the fascist Trump, even as he makes clear he does not believe the U.S. Constitution applies to him and issues executive orders to strip away basic constitutional rights? Are you okay with being the reason high school graduation ceremonies are marked by terror and tears as they occur, with side-by-side with tanks, helicopters, and U.S. soldiers deployed at the whims of Donald Trump into a U.S. city to enforce these illegal and illegitimate roundups and threaten a governor, mayor, Congress member, senator, and union leader? To the tens of millions of people who do not want to see a fascist America, are you going to back down when Trump threatens and as he is using force to attack righteous protesters and even government officials who stand in the way of his fascist program? Are you going to surrender the future to a fascist bully? No! That's right, hell no! This is a time to draw march to demand Trump must go now. That's right. And let me give a huge shout out to those of you who did come out all over the country and here in Washington, D.C. right up against Trump's perverse display of might. Your courageous stand today with the clarity of mission and message that Refuse Fascism brought us together for is part of what is needed to unite all who can be united and really move millions in the kind of nonviolent mobilization that is needed. So give yourself a hand. And look, we will also need to overcome divide and conquer, including from the enemy within, quote unquote, this fight. Baba Bakian puts it like this. Going forward, it is crucially important and necessary for all those who say they are opposed to this Trump mega fascism to engage in principled relations with each other, working tirelessly to unite all who can be united in order to defeat this fascism and approaching differences in that context and with that orientation. So let me say, we in the RevCon Corps for the emancipation of humanity, we are not out for ourselves or motivated by anything lesser than the emancipation of all of humanity. We are serious about working together for the greater good of defeating fascism, and we are also serious about making a real emancipating revolution, because this whole system is rotten and illegitimate, and we need and we demand a whole new way to live, a fundamentally different system. So if you got the heart to fight for something worth fighting for, if you won't back down from fascist threats and don't care how much shit you get for refusing to accept the lie that there is no alternative to this capitalist imperialist system, if you want to be part of a disciplined revolutionary force, I want you for the RevCon Corps for the emancipation of humanity. So of humanity, get organized, and thank you all very much. Y'all are beautiful.
Thank you so much, Michelle. Once again, Michelle Chai from the Red Concourse. Okay, we're going to have two speakers here to close out this rally. I want to say just how important it is. People are talking to this. You know this. But I want you to realize what you've done here today is something that means something for people across this country and around the world. You've done something that is taking a step forward. It is taking a step forward for how we become millions that drive this regime from power. And that do that before it is too late. And that is why our demand, which I will chant with you again before our next speaker, is Trump must go now. 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 Okay, I'm going to bring up John Rohr from World Beyond War.
Friends, thank you for showing up today for the people of the United States. I'm not a military veteran, but I have served on unarmed protection teams on 4 continents in several war zones. I know the power what people can do and unarmed people can do. It is more than any military can accomplish other than keeping a tyrant in place. We have all heard the expression, freedom isn't free. It's almost always associated with praising our military and the sacrifice veterans have made. But the question for the moment is, what are the greatest threats to our freedom in the here and now? And how can we be protected from them? What is the price of freedom and who must pay it? We're here today to address the most immediate loss of the freedom of government, the fascist, and damage to the rule of law, the laws of the land that are now being ignored. But before this administration came to power, we had some serious threats to our future. The greatest which, and I know people hate to think about it, is nuclear weapons. It's been mentioned already. There are 12,000 of these. They can be here in a couple of hours and end everything. We have environmental collapse, climate collapse. We have pandemics to worry about. Worst of all, we have the tremendous wealth inequality that's growing, that is leaving millions impoverished. All these will need to be addressed, and what we learn in facing this government is how to do that. And as I look at all those threats, it's hard to imagine that a strong military can protect us from anything. They certainly make it worse to a large extent. And worst of all, the military can be co-opted by a tyrant, something we're seeing being done in this ridiculous parade today. So soldiers who find identity in this kind of display will be the ones who enforce our loss of freedom unless they ask themselves the question. The question I have for every member of the armed forces and every police officer is, what is your red line? What order will you refuse to follow because it violates your oath to the Constitution, your duty to protect the common good, or even defend basic human dignity? I think of the police officers who surround every demonstration I witness. They're usually polite, do a good job of protecting people from traffic, and sometimes intervene with counter-protesters. Most of the time, I appreciate their work. So my question to them is, what are you going to do when they give you an order to arrest us for no more than we're doing now? What are you going to do when they give us an order, not just to arrest us, but to beat us up? And what are you going to do when they give an order not just to arrest us, but to deport us from concentration camps? We need a relationship with every military person in our families, our neighbors, and these guys surrounding us today who have put up all these cages for us, to answer that question ahead of time. Because if they don't, they will all most certainly follow orders, as we're seeing with the Marines in LA. A little more direction. But the police and the military are not the conveners of this demonstration today or the thousands of others going across the country. I commend you today for speaking out with your bodies and your signs. But will demonstrations be enough? We have a few thousand people here in a city of 600,000 people. These militaries are trained, largely in Israel and many other places for crowd control, and can handle millions of demonstrators. Demonstrations like this are our best way to prove ourselves that we are not alone, that we care for each other, and a lot of people care about our cause. But they have had little effect, for example, on ending the U.S. support for the destruction in Gaza and other places. Our most powerful tools are those in the huge arsenal of nonviolent actions. Things like blockading illegal deportations without due process, blocking with our bodies illegal shipments of weapons, refusing to pay taxes until the rich pay their share and the government obeys the law. But our single most powerful tool is probably the general strike. We have got to learn from our friends in the unions and the people that have done this before how to withdraw our cooperation, not just by demonstrating, but refusing to go to work, working for ourselves rather than the system, and all the incredible things that have accomplished so much in the nonviolent history. This means we have to plan, train, organize, and provide mutual aid to each other so that those willing and able to take the more serious risks will have the support they need. And this can be done without violence. The tyrant is dependent on us doing nothing. We're doing the violence that justifies these police and repression. Yes. So if you believe that freedom isn't free, and clearly it is not, then we need to stop thinking that the only thing between us and tyranny are the police and the military. The price of freedom needs to be paid for all of us, by all of us. Your being here makes me think you agree. Let's take a minute to look around. We're blessed to be here, surrounded by so much natural and artistic beauty. There's enough of everything. How blessed we are to have you. Now, I'd like to ask you, and ask them,
Or the RTO, or whatever it's called. DON.
And where are you from?
Syracuse, New York.
And what brought you out here today?
I'm a veteran. I swore an oath to the Constitution, and I'm watching the President of the United States trying to circumvent that oath that he also took to the Constitution, and I'm not going to stand for it.
And how do you feel being a veteran about, watching the Marines get brought into Los Angeles, the National Guard deployed, and, we're celebrating the 250th anniversary of the Army, but also
It's heartbreaking. The President of the United States, and by association, the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, has put these young Marines from 2nd Battalion, 7th Marines out of 29 Palms, California, in this ridiculously unnecessary situation of, do I follow orders and keep my job, or do I risk my career? And that it's on top of that, it is illegal from the Posse Comitatus Act of 1878 to use the United States military to police American citizens, except in a very narrow set of circumstances, which this president has not proved warrants what he's doing in California.
And my last question for you is, as a veteran, how does this all make you feel to watch, your fellow troops be in this situation?
Again, it's heartbreaking because I was once that young Marine, that was asked to do things, and hindsight always being 2020. There are regrets on things that guys do in the service, that girls do, and women do in the service. And this is definitely going to be one of those times where we've got active duty Marines going in and policing one of our own cities. This is not the and domestic part of our oath, right? This is not the and domestic part, right? This is the whims of a wannabe fascist.
Anything I didn't ask you that you want to say?
Use your voice. Stand up. We don't need one person doing a million things. We need a million people doing one thing. Appreciate you.
So, I'll have you look right at me. We're just having a conversation.
waste of money. Second, I don't think that having huge ICE raids through cities and everyone in town is super scared and no one knows. I don't think that's good. I don't think that's safe. As the mayor of Los Angeles pointed out, Los Angeles was safe on Thursday. It became unsafe when ICE invaded. I like having immigrants around. They show up. They do the gross jobs that I don't want to do. They make tasty food. I want them in my community, and if I want them in my community because they contribute good things, I need to show up for them too.
And how do you feel like the country is going?
I think that Trump and the Republican movement broadly, because I don't think it's just him. To me, he comes off as like a grandpa, and his cabinet is all just grandchildren trying to get into the world. And the things that they want are all bad. They want to get rid of Social Security, which is money that we earn and pay in, so that when old people start, can't work anymore, there's something to catch them and to take care of them. I think that that's a good thing. I think that immigrants are what made the country beautiful, and the freedom to come here and set up your life, and if you have an idea that you can run, like, everything that they stand for, I think is antithetical to what I believe is the American promise, which is that you can come here and you can build your life, and it will be a good life, and we will help you pursue happiness.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. You
Down here about 10 years ago, just about this time of year. It was like 95. Even just walking, you could feel the heat right off the way.
I was here to speak. If I wasn't speaking, I still would have been here. This is where the fight is. I choose to be where it's difficult. I don't hold anything against the leaders who aren't here. Against people who wanted to value their own safety. But we're safe, and we were safe because we had each other. This parade, this military parade, for the international community, our own country to see. This could not be, we could not see the streets of D.C. without a fight. How does it feel to have all these people here? and sought a medical exemption for bone spurs, that they're not good enough, that they don't deserve to serve their country. That's disgusting. And it's going to cost us close to $500 millions to retrain these people. check me on that, but the number to retrain, the amount of people that they're losing, and I believe it's between 5,000 and 15,000 people who were already trained, is staggering. Fact check me on that. I don't want to be wrong. Yes, I do. So much to me. So nice to meet you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Army Birthday Festival, celebrating the United States Army's 250th anniversary. Please make your way to your seats to enjoy the show. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our host for today's Army Birthday Festival, the Deputy Chief of Staff for G357, Operations, Plans, and Training, Lieutenant General Joseph A. Ryan. The theme for this year's Army Birthday is This Will Defend, and for over 250 years, we have been the defenders of our nation's liberty, both here at home and around the globe. Generations of courageous women and men, truly great Americans, has stepped forward in times of peace and war to answer the call to duty. Together with our allies and partners, and with the unwavering support of you, the American people, we will continue to be the nation's first line of defense for another 250 years. On behalf of the 100,000 women and men, military and civilian, who make up our service, welcome to Washington, D.C. and the 250th celebration of the United States Army. At this time, please stand for the presentation of colors and for the singing of our national anthem, performed today by the United States Army Band, and remain standing for the invocation given by Army Chief of Chaplains, Chaplain Major General William Green.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare hear the bombs bursting in air, give proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and gentlemen, please bow with me as I ask God's blessings upon this 250th birthday celebration. Let us pray. Almighty God, as we gather to celebrate the 250th birthday of the United States Army, we pause to remember where we've been and who we are, and we express our heartfelt gratitude to you for the brave men and women who have served and are serving the United States Army as a force of freedom and a light of liberty at home and abroad. Heavenly Father, we remember their valor in the American Revolution and campaigns where your guiding hand established the foundation of our freedom. Continue to strengthen our soldiers' body, mind, and spirit as they train to fight and win our nation's wars. And Heavenly Father, bless our Army's leaders, our families, and the American people. Bring comfort to those who mourn as we remember our promise never to forget the cost of freedom. And Holy God, lead us both now and forevermore, and let the light of liberty continue to shine bright on the United States of America and our Army, and we to fight and win our nation's wars. Also, this we'll defend. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Platinum Plus sponsor, Wounded Warrior Project Vice President for Government and Community Relations, Jose Ramos.
Hello, my name is Jose Ramos, Vice President of Government and Community Relations at Wounded Warrior Project. It truly is an honor to be here today as we celebrate this historical occasion, an occasion that brings together the many achievements of our past, shaped by the service and sacrifice of all those who have served our country. People are the strength of our military. They are the strength of our nation and the strength of the United States Army. 1 year older than the nation they defend, the Army has dedicated itself to fighting and winning our nation's wars for 250 years. But it is not only just soldiers who serve. Since 1775, U.S. Army soldiers, civilians, and their families have supported our nation, bearing true faith and allegiance to our country, the U.S. Constitution, and the Army. For over 250 years, Army families have served and sacrificed to support the Army and their soldiers, and for that we are deeply grateful. It speaks to the enduring truth that no one truly serves alone. There is always a brother and sisters in arms with you, a family member who encourages you, a community who cares for you, and organizations like Wounded Warrior Project who stand ready to support you while you serve and as you transition. Caring for our people is at the heart of Wounded Warrior Project's mission, just as it is for the Army. And we are committed to keeping the promise we made to warriors and their families who serve, a commitment to be there no matter what, so they can enjoy a healthy and fulfilling life of service. We can find great support and solace in those who walk alongside us in challenging times and in moments of great celebrations like this one. People are the strength of the Army, and across the nation, Army families are an integral part of the communities they serve. Today, we celebrate that strength and look forward to a bright future together. Today, I say, happy 250th birthday, Army.
Now a word from Gary Sinise, founder of the Gary Sinise Foundation, today's entertainment sponsor.
Hello, U.S. Army. Gary Sinise here. Happy 250th birthday to the U.S. Army. 250 years. Amazing. To everybody who's served in the Army, who is there, who has served in the Army, currently serving in the Army, welcome. We are happy to be sponsoring the entertainment of Scotty Hastings and Noah Hicks today. The Gary Sinise Foundation has thousands and thousands and thousands of donors who all care about our military. They care about our service members. They care about our U.S. Army, and they wanted to be a part of this great, great event in celebration of 250 years of the U.S. Army. I am a grateful, grateful American for all you do to defend freedom, to protect our country. And God bless you. Have a wonderful day. Enjoy the entertainment. God bless you and God bless America. Thank you very much.
Representing presenting sponsor General Dynamics, please welcome the Executive Vice President for Global Operations, Danny Deep.
Thank you. So the United States Army has served the nation with distinction for 2.5 centuries, fundamental to the birth of our great republic. Values like service, courage, and duty are reflected in this iconic institution because they are personified in the brave men and women who serve our Army and our nation so dutifully. Events such as today celebrate many incredible milestones the Army's achieved, heroic stories, great sacrifices, great stories of victory. But what makes this celebration also special is where the Army is going. Army leadership is truly driving a transformational change, maybe the most consequential in generations. And if you listen, really listen to where they're going, those of us who are partnered with the Army are inspired. And it should absolutely be clear to those who are not on our side that they should be afraid. The Army's determination to accelerate and embrace technology to become faster, lighter, and more lethal will be our North Star. General Dynamics embraces this transformation, and we will continue to do everything in our power to ensure the Army can see further, decide faster, and act decisively with lethal and definitive force. We will not rest as we know you never can. We will not delay because we know you have no time. And most importantly, we will never, ever lose sight of who we do this for, the soldiers of our Army, those warriors who do all of the heavy lifting. For us, there is no higher calling than protecting those who protect us. For 250 years, the Army has shaped our nation and preserved our way of life and been at the center of winning the nation's wars. Our commitment at General Dynamics is to make certain that our forces have the very best. I've heard it from so many soldiers, so many officers over the years. None of us wants a fair fight. So on behalf of General Dynamics, to those serving in the Army today, those who have come before you, and those who are yet to come, happy 250th. Thank you for everything you do to keep our nation strong.
Representing presenting sponsor USAA, please welcome President and CEO Juan Andrade.
Good afternoon. It's an incredible honor to join you today as we celebrate a historic moment, a moment that's 250 years in the making, the Army's birthday, and the enduring legacy of those who have worn the uniform with pride. I want to recognize all of the Army leaders here today. Thank you for your leadership, and thank you for your service to our nation. Before we could become the first constitutional republic in world history, we needed the Continental Army to fight for independence. The Army was formed more than a year before the Declaration of Independence because the fight for freedom could not wait. That spirit of readiness and resolve helped to shape the Republic, and it continues to define the Army to this day. Readiness is the foundation of the Army's success. For 250 years, this institution has stood ready to protect our country, to lead through change, and to serve with honor. The Army's strength has always come from people, from soldiers who rise to the mission, and families who stand behind them. Because readiness does not happen alone. Behind every soldier is a family, a spouse, a partner, parents, children who serve in their own way. Your support is what enables our soldiers to stay focused, knowing that the home is safe and secure. At USAA, we are proud to play a role in that support. Our story began more than 100 years ago when 25 soldiers joined together to insure each other's vehicles when no one else would. But what brought them together was not business, it was trust. And the rest, as they say, is history. Today, the spirit of trust and integrity lives on in a community of more than 14 million strong, military families from every branch and every walk of life. But our purpose remains the same, to help the military community be prepared for what's ahead, financially, emotionally, and practically, so those in uniform can stay focused on their mission. We are deeply grateful to all of those who serve, past and present, and for the families who stand beside them. Your commitment to this country is unmatched, and we are proud to support you every step of the way. As we honor the Army's past, we also look with confidence at the future, knowing that the next generation of soldiers will carry forward with the same courage, integrity, and innovation that has defined the Army for 250 years. Happy 250th birthday.
At this time, we would like to recognize the generous support of all of our sponsors for helping make today's Army Birthday Festival possible. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we'd like to acknowledge and thank the sponsors of the 250th Army Birthday Festival, whose generous support has helped make this event possible. Presenting sponsor, General Dynamics. Presenting sponsor, USAA. Entertainment sponsor, the Gary Sinise Foundation. Platinum sponsors, Wounded Warrior Project. The Exchange. AUSA. BAE Systems.
Gonzalez. Major Alexis Gonzalez. Soldier for life.
Perfect.
You want me to do my introduction?
Here shortly, we're going to move. We're going to make sure we're good. Yeah. Back here. All right, perfect. Hey, guys, we are back, and we are closing out. There was something up there we wanted you to see. It's gone now, but don't worry about it. We're closing out the Army's 250th birthday, but before we close out completely, we wanted you guys to learn about the Soldier for Life program that is available to all soldiers, active and reserves, and National Guard. So we're going to learn it from a SME, a subject matter expert herself, Major Alexis Gonzalez. So please introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Major Alexis Gonzalez. I'm the XO for Soldier for Life. We work with all components, active duty, National Guard, and the reserves.
All right. Now, what are some of the things that your programs do or your office does?
So we work with government, non-government, MSOs, VSOs. We try to find those benefits and those programs that they have for the veterans, the soldiers, and their family members. We try to get that information out in any way that we can to the soldiers and those family members, because we don't want them to miss out, because sometimes that information just kind of sits and stays, and we just need to get that information out.
All right, so now there was something that we saw within our vets as they left service that drew a need for a program like this. Now, what do you guys aim to achieve with your service?
We aim to achieve that once you're a soldier, no matter how you enter the service, you're a soldier for life. Whether that was one term, whether you retired, whether you exited the service through a medical retirement, you are a soldier for life. That is the mindset that we're trying to instill with all soldiers. And then the American population, we're just trying to educate them that the soldiers are there to support. We're trying. Yeah.
Valuable members of society, right?
Correct.
Once you're out of service, the education, the experience, the leadership you bring to the table to the civilian force is there.
Yes.
And they may not be just aware of it just yet.
Correct.
So when it comes to some of the opportunities you guys provide, there's something called pays, and there's a few other things.
Correct.
What are some of the ones you'd like to talk about?
The one I really like to talk about, and I think is really beneficial, is PAYS, Partnership for Your Success. It started off as Partnership for Youth Success. Employment, but you're guaranteed 5 interviews with any of the organizations or businesses that have partnered with the Army.
Okay, so that's huge.
It is huge.
You know, hey, I get you have 30 applicants that may be on paper closely more qualified, but give me a chance, see my name. And there's an internship process as well, is that correct?
Correct. So the Army has the Army CSP, and then there's the DoD skill bridge can sign up for. And then when you do those, what I like to tell soldiers when they come to our booth or when we see them is that sign up for those opportunities. Command teams, allow soldiers the opportunity. Take that time. Let them leave for that moment, for those few weeks. Do those internships. Let them have that time to be able to get that internship to the civilian world. And then once they've signed up for PAYS, they'll be able to do that interview. So it's like, oh, I saw Soldier A during this interview or during this internship, and now I see them during this interview. I know Soldier A can really work.
Yeah. So it gives you a chance to kind of build a rapport with a potential employer.
Exactly.
Showing, hey, I am here, showing you what I can bring to the table.
Yes.
Then when they actually close out service, or they finish up what they had to do, they then submit that application, and that name now resonates with that potential hiring office.
Exactly.
That's a huge opportunity and a benefit to those that use the service.
Yes.
Now, I hate to put you on the spot, but how would someone find you guys online, or maybe even their local office of Soldier for Life on installation?
So our local office, we are a group of 18 soldiers. So we're not an office that you can just walk into. Inside the Pentagon. But you can find our information on soldierforlife.army.mil. Okay?
Okay.
And then from there, you can find all of the resources or links to those resources that we were mentioning.
Now, there's a distinction, right? So Soldier for Life, Transition Assistance, there's a difference between those two, right?
Correct. So we were created in 2012, Soldier for Life program. And then everyone knows that TAP, Transition Assistance Program, was named Soldier for Life TAP. Soldiers get it confused because it's named the same, but they're not the same program.
I thought they were.
Exactly. I honestly thought it was the same too when I came to the program. But TAP is a transition program, and it is an amazing opportunity, and that all soldiers have to go through it, right? So that's the difference. The new name for TAP is Army TAP.
Okay.
And they have a website, Army TAP.
A rebrand brings clarity.
Correct.
All right. So the Soldier for Life program, is there anything else you guys would like to tell the audience, the many soldiers out there who are currently in service who may not be aware of what you bring to the table? Any kind of words of advice?
I want you to know that you are always a soldier for life, right? You join, keep that in mind. Share that with America. Let them know. You guys are the ones that bring the soldiers to the Army. You guys are the ones that will make the next generation of our service.
That's true. Their strong testimonies by being cared for, but strong leaders on the way out being set for success is huge in their testimony when they advocate for the future generations.
Yes.
I love that. Well, hey, thank you so much, Major. I appreciate your time. And as well, please go out there, check out your local Soldier for Life programs, as well as the online portion to provide all the resources and opportunities out there that you may not be familiar with. Guard, reserves, active duty, check it out. Now, guys, thank you so much for staying with us as we celebrate the Army's 250th birthday. Check your local news station as they broadcast live the Army's 250th parade later this afternoon in Washington, D.C. Thank you guys again. You guys take care. Have a good day. Yeah, please. Sorry about that. Yeah.
I just put all you down in my side.
I'm sorry.
Have fun, 250 Press. Who are you with?
I'm with the associate.
Oh, nice. Hey, Pete.
Oh, no, that's the whole point. You're good.
You want a vertical? Yeah.
There's screen there.
I think we're going.
There are two different kinds of power on display across America today. There is the military might you will see here on the streets of Washington, D.C., a massive military parade celebrating the U.S. Army's 250th birthday. You'll have soldiers, you'll have armor, you'll have aircraft in the sky. At the same time, in towns both big and small across America, a different kind of power playing out. It is the power of protest. Americans have taken to the streets in parades, in public squares, on what they call No King's Day. They are complaining that President Trump is a wannabe dictator, and they are blasting his plan to spend tens of millions of dollars on a military parade on a day that just happens to be his 79th birthday. We will take you through all the visuals of what happens here in the coming hours. You are seeing some of that hardware on the bottom left part of your screen on the National Mall. You're seeing part of the parade starting to kick off as troops and some of the gear get in place to make their walk down Constitution Avenue. We will have it all for you in the coming hours. I am AP Washington correspondent Sagar Meghani. I am joined by Pentagon colleague Tara Kopp and Command Sergeant Major Alex Huprati from the U.S. Army. Sergeant Major, thank you so much first for joining us. Tell us, for you as a career soldier, what does 250 years of the U.S. Army mean?
Well, thank you for having us, Sagar. It's a phenomenon. It's a one-in-a-lifetime experience right now. We're talking about celebrating 250 years of sacrifice, celebrating our American soldiers and men and women who fought to defend this nation. And it's amazing all the work that has gone in to put this together. And I think over the next couple of hours, we're going to be able to paint and show you what the Army story is, starting in the Revolutionary War all the way down to present-day combat operations.
Tara, we've talked a lot all week about just the staggering amounts of work that has gone into this for months. President Trump has wanted to do this for years. The Army has been talking about this as its birthday party for years. Give us more of an overview on exactly what it is we are going to see rolling down the streets off the National Mall.
Sure. You're going to see 2 years worth of work as the Army really planned to tell the story of its 250-year history today, and in the last couple of months decided to add a parade, a massive parade where we're going to see 28 Abrams tanks, we're going to see Paladins, we're going to see all sorts of helicopters that have played a vital role in our nation's conflicts. And on top of that, we're going to see about 7,000 troops who started to spill into the city in the last couple of days. They're living in federal buildings for on cots, and they're having MREs, and they are thrilled to be here and thrilled to be taking part in this parade.
You, as the senior enlisted leader of a major Army division, are very well versed in the history and what has happened since 1775. I was about to say 1975. That wouldn't quite be right. Do you think it's something that has escaped most Americans, the varied history? Everyone knows about the Revolution, and everyone knows about the Civil War, but what do you hope today, what we see going down Constitution Avenue and in the sky above, is going to tell maybe a new generation of Americans?
Well, that's a great question. First and foremost is really showcase the American soldier. We're going to see the transformation of the United States Army. We're going to continue to show the American public how its Army, it is the American People's Army, is how it's transformed over time, how we continue to transform and hopefully showcase a little bit of some of the things that is going to take us into 2030 and 2040. But most importantly is the men and women. As we talk about transformation and different platforms you're going to see in helicopters, it's the American soldier that's at the end of that rifle, at the end of that trigger. That's we're actually very proud to really show you today through this parade.
And so much thoughtful planning has gone into how this parade will take place. In the initial shots that you saw, those are troops that are actually walking across Memorial Bridge. Some of our armored vehicles are coming across Memorial Bridge. They are going to marry up with Abrams tanks, these 60-ton tanks that they did not want going over Memorial Bridge, but instead have been staged basically by a golf course near the nation's capital for the last couple days. And now they are starting to roll towards the Lincoln, and those two elements are actually going to zipper in to each other to form this long procession that will go up Constitution and go past the president. What does that you know, the image of those troops going across Memorial Bridge for the the Revolutionary War, Battle of Lexington, 1775. We were talking a little bit earlier today. You know, the Army, the history of the Army is actually older than the history of the country at this point. What does it mean to you to like see this be celebrated and see the Army's story be told on such a big stage?
You're right, Tara. It's 1 year older than the actual nation itself. It's just the immense amount of pride for serving and you know, and being a member of the United States Army, wearing the cloth of our nation, the sacrifices that we've made since 1775 to present day. You know, conflicts. It's just no better way to showcase and show the amount of pride that we have in our servicemen and women.
You can see on the screen, top left side, the top left of the 4 boxes, the Presidential Reviewing Stand on Constitution Avenue. We just heard ruffles and flourishes. That can only mean one thing. The Commander-in-Chief with Hail to the Chief now playing, stepping onto that stand, pumping a fist as he walks alongside the First Lady, and to a gun salute.
Yes, ruffles and flourishes and a 21-gun salute as they walk up to begin the official start of the parade.
It is not just the 250th birthday of America's Army, it is Flag Day as well, and again, President Trump's 79th birthday. He has much of his cabinet assembled behind it. You see Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, among others. This is something President Trump had talked about since the first months of his first term. Back in 2017, he attended France's Bastille Day parade and marveled at watching the display down the Champs-Élysées and said, we need to outdo that. That was essentially shot down in his first term due to costs and logistics, but he was determined to make it happen this time, and there he is sitting behind the glass. You can see some of his kids behind him as well.
Ladies and gentlemen,
as we wait for the actual parade to kick off.
So the first elements that we're going to see will actually be from the Army's oldest unit, the 3rd Infantry Regiment. They were established back in 1784. They fought in the War of 1812, and they earned their nickname the Old Guard during the 1846 Mexican War. We will start to see some of those troops follow in after the Honor Guard, but let's talk a little bit about what we expect to see with this very first unit that we'll come across.
Tara, the oldest unit, the oldest active component in the United States Army is the 3rd Infantry Regiment, known as the Old Guard. Located here, not too far from us, at Joint Base Meyer Henderson Hall. They have become the Presidential Guard and really represent everything that the Army is. Very colorful history, both in the War of 1812, and you can see that when you actually see their colors in the 55 campaign streamers that you will see flying as they march through us.
Star-Spangled Banner playing now. Let's listen in and watch.
Before we even had a country, we had an army.
They started as a small, unorganized group of shop owners and farmers, but they fought the most powerful army in the entire world to a standstill in Concord, Lexington, and Bunker Hill.
Then our Continental Congress chose George Washington as general of our Continental Army.
But it wasn't until 1 year later, on July 4th, 1776, that news arrived of the signing of our Declaration of Independence.
Now we had a new army and a new nation.
With little gunpowder, no shoes, bloody feet, few cannons, little training, and even less food.
Valley Forge started in December. They went into winter camp in December of 1777. Approximately 2,000 Americans died that winter of disease.
They lived through hell, but they never ever gave up. Not this army, not this first American army.
Finally, Washington and his army arrived. Here at Yorktown, where they had General Cornwallis and his powerful British army trapped in this city against the sea.
All of the preparation that Washington has learned through the course of those 6.5 years meets its full force here at Yorktown, and he employs it brilliantly.
Sailing from the Caribbean, the French Navy arrived and took on the British fleet.
Washington decided to make his move. Our men began digging to get closer and closer to the fort, finally getting within rifle and cannon range. Naturally, George Washington chose to set off our first cannon shot.
The British had two small forts in front of the main fort. They were called redoubts 9 and 10.
Then, on the moonless night of October 14th, the American and French forces attacked the redoubts. The hand-to-hand combat with bayonets, knives, and fists was bloody, to say the least. But within an hour, we were victorious.
And as the sun came up the next day, Cornwallis looked out and realized he was in serious trouble. So he prepared an all-out, desperate counterattack.
It didn't work, and the British were forced to surrender.
We were supposed to lose to the best army and the largest and most professional navy in the world.
But our young army had won the war and our freedom. The freedom we hold so dear. And 250 years later, for what started as a ragtag group of shop owners, has now become the most powerful army in the world.
Today, many things are very different from that army here at Yorktown, but one thing remains the same. An undying passion, guts, and love for our country remains deep in the heart of today's army. When I look into their faces, you can see it. That will never change. God bless the United States Army, and God bless the United States of America.
Watching the very early stages of this 250th U.S. Army birthday celebration parade here in Washington, Sergeant Major, give us a sense of what it is that we're seeing here on the screen with soldiers in present-day garb marching with the music, as opposed to what we're going to see from the period folks later.
So you're seeing right now is the beginning of the parade, and you have the military district Washington commander of troops who typically leads the parade. He's up front with his color guard, carrying the national colors, as well as the Army colors. As you can see, very distinct there is "This will defend," which is the motto of the United States Army. Behind them, you're going to see your major corps. You have 1st Corps, 3rd Corps, 5th Corps, and 18th Airborne Corps. Those commanders are following the lead of the actual parade, and then we're going to start seeing the first units comprising of the Old Guard covering the Revolutionary War.
Let's watch this early part and soak in what should be a very interesting 90 minutes or so here on Constitution Avenue. Before we get to that first unit that you mentioned from the Revolutionary War a year before the Declaration of Independence was signed. But for now, let's see some of these sights.
Edmund Louis Snitz Gruber, which was a descendant of Franz Gruber, who composed Silent Night. It was originally written to be the 5th Artillery Regimental song titled "The Caissons Go Rolling Along," and in 1956 the lyrics were revised by Harold Arberg as the official song of the U.S. Army, and then retitled "The Army Goes Rolling Along." Pershing Zone carries on its century-old legacy, playing a march that brings pride to every soldier, the Army Song. The 3rd Infantry Regiment in the U.S. Army. Established back in 1784, the unit was dubbed the Old Guard by Major General Winfield Scott during a victory parade in Mexico City after the Mexican War. It is the U.S. Army's official ceremonial unit and presidential escort, conducting year-round tactical training to ensure the highest standards and utmost discipline of its soldiers. The unit routinely represents the U.S. Army and our nation in official ceremonies, major sporting events, and their own, the U.S. Army's own Twilight Tattoo. The Old Guard also maintains 24-hour vigil of the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, while also conducting funeral services honoring our fallen heroes in Arlington National Cemetery. The regiment's 50 campaign streamer stand is a testament to its long, faithful service to our nation. Ladies and gentlemen, the 3rd Infantry Regiment, the Old Guard. In 1775, the shot heard round the world at Lexington and Concord sparked a revolution, uniting 13 colonies and forging a continental army from farmers and frontiersmen. Against the odds, they turned the tide at Trenton and Saratoga, survived Valley Forge, and at Yorktown forced a British surrender, securing independence and giving birth to the United States of America. Before radios and field phones, sound was the signal. In the Continental Army, fifes and drums carried commands across the chaos of battle, telling soldiers when to advance, when to retreat, eat, even when to rest. That legacy actually lives on today with the U.S. Army Fife and Drum Corps, part of the 3rd Infantry Regiment known as the Old Guard. Founded back in 1960, they're the only unit of their kind in the armed forces. Performing in uniforms patterned after those worn by General Washington's musicians. Playing period instruments with patriotic precision, they bring history to life, sharing the sound and spirit of the Revolution through more than 500 performances each year, both at home and around the world, too. The Old Guard, Fife and Drum Corps, everybody.
Seeing the first of the period costumes that we'll see many of in this parade. Tar, Sergeant Major, if you want to tell us what we were just looking at and should be looking at again momentarily.
So some of those first troops that were walking past in the period dress, we saw them holding what looked to be a very long rifle, but it's not a rifle at all. Tell us a little bit about this gun.
Yeah, so we see George Washington walking out leading his troops. Obviously, he first commissioned the 10 companies that would eventually become the First Continental Army. But what you see there is him walking with a smooth-bore flintlock rifle. Very different from the rifles we use today. An expert marksman would be able to actually fire at most 3 rounds a minute.
Sergeant Major, if I may interrupt for a moment, looks like we're seeing the first of the air festivities of this parade now. what I would note is a very overcast day with storms in the forecast here in Washington.
So what's interesting about that is this was actually supposed to be at the very end of the parade. If these are actually the Golden Knights,
that is them.
They are supposed to be presenting the president a flag to finish off the parade. But weather has been an issue all day today, so it looks like they made the decision to have them jump early.
I agree with you. I think it will come down to ceilings and visibility for the aircraft to actually safely deliver them to where they're supposed to land today.
So this award-winning parachute team, they are actually going to land directly on the ellipse. I mean, they can land, as far as I have been told, they can land like basically in a box within a box.
Absolutely.
They're that good.
They're that good. That's what they train for every single day, and they actually represent the Army all across the world.
Seeing the first of the Civil War era troops coming out now. Sergeant Major, we have folks from your old neck of the woods, the 4th Infantry at Fort Carson, Colorado. Tell us a little bit about what you were seeing.
Yes, August. So the 4th Infantry Division is actually leading, or is coming right behind them right now. You know, first came into existence in 1917, participated in World War I, World War II. We see them all the way down to the GWAT. We saw them in the highlands of Vietnam. But it's very dear to me, near and dear to me, the Ivy Division, known as the Ivy Division because of the Roman numeral 4 that made up the division itself.
So we've seen the Revolutionary War, we've seen the Civil War. Let's pause now and take in some more visuals as the nation celebrates 250 years of the U.S. Army.
Soldiers were issued 2 coats. One, a short sack coat for work and battle with brass buttons and colored trim that marked their rank. Well, by war's end, that rugged sack coat became the soldier's uniform of choice. As the war escalated, volunteer enlistment surged. Congress authorized support for a force of up to 500,000 new troops, answering the call to preserve the Union. As they march by, representing the Civil War era of our nation's history, is the 4th Infantry Division based out of Fort Carson, Colorado. From Fort Cavazos, Texas, home of legends, the 1st Cavalry Division rides with pride. Born from the thunder of horse cavalry traditions of the Civil War, the 1st team forged its reputation on the front lines of history. They stormed Manila with the flying column, charged into Pyongyang as the first to breach the line and face the brutal crucible of Ia Drang, the first of 13 named campaigns in Vietnam where they proved their mettle. Today, that same warrior spirit lives on. You'll know the name, and you'll know them by their iconic cav hats, elite soldiers, and cutting-edge equipment. Tough, fit, fearless. The 1st Cavalry Division is a lethal, disciplined force that stands ready to fight and win anywhere, anytime, and the legacy rides on. This is the Cav.
1st Cavalry Horse Detachment out of Texas with an interesting bit of fun.
A very special guest who you just saw on that wagon drawn by mules was Doc Holliday. He's a blue heeler. He's the official scout of the cavalry and has been kind of a celebrity for the last couple of days. Everyone has wanted a piece of the dog, and also like Doc Holliday has his own barn. He has a full-time caretaker, and his barn is actually called the Holiday Inn.
Joke was made earlier that OK Corral would have also been an acceptable name for where Doc Holliday should live, but a little bit of fun for the 1st Cav. Scenes from the National Mall. The rain has not yet started, but is expected to come down rather heavily here in Washington for all those gathered on the mall. The numbers are expected to be quite big with how many people were going to come down and watch, but there is the threat of heavy rain and flooding and thunder and lightning as well, which would then force the National Park Service to clear folks out. But we'll take a look at a cloudy, shrouded, if that's even a phrase, a cloud-shrouded Washington Monument. More sights and sounds of the Army Parade as we go on.
The two sides engage in the savage war of attrition, defined by opposing trenches, barbed wire, poison gas, and mass casualties. The United States initially maintained its neutrality, but was eventually drawn into the conflict in 1917. Despite having less than 130,000 soldiers at the beginning, the Army eventually grew to over 4 million, with nearly 2 million soldiers serving in Europe. In 6 months of fighting, nearly 50,000 Americans lost their lives, with another 190,000 wounded. The guns fell silent with the armistice of November 11th, 1918. We continue on with more USA World War I rolling stock. This 1918 Dodge touring car was part of the legendary 1919 Transcontinental Convoy. 3,251 miles and 62 grueling days across the Lincoln Highway. Now remember, no pavement, no GPS, and no power steering. Just grit, determination, and the drive to push Army mobility into the future. This car literally helped pave the way for the roads we rely on today, and reminds us when the Army moves, the nation follows. The 1918 Dodge Touring Car. Headquartered in New York, this is the 42nd Infantry Division Band. At the start of World War I, the 42nd Infantry Division was formed with troops from 27 National Guard units, stretching across the country like a rainbow. Composed of skilled musicians from all walks of life and professional occupations, they perform a variety of musical genres. Though their mission is primarily a musical one, the members were ordered into active federal service back in 2004 in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom 3. The band has also served in support of numerous state active duty missions, including cleanup efforts following Hurricane Sandy, distribution support during COVID-19, and recently, support for New York State Corrections. Commanded by Chief Warrant Officer 2 Ethan Wagner and led by Drum Major Sergeant First Class Drew Gans, the band is performing Over There, written in 1917 by Broadway composer and recipient of the Congressional Gold Medal George M. Cohan. Representing the World War I era is the 82nd Airborne Division, based out of Fort Bragg, North Carolina. You'll notice the unit is wearing replica World War I uniforms signifying the soldiers who served our nation during this time. When the Americans entered the Great War, our soldiers under the command of General Blackjack Pershing hit the trenches in the new standard. It was the olive drab winter service uniform. Now on their heads you'll see a steel helmet with sand-textured paint built to deflect deadly shrapnel from above. Not bulletproof, but battle tough. Nicknamed the Pershing boot, on their feet was the M918, 1918 French boot. It was designed to survive the brutal grind of trench warfare. And on their backs, the field pack, rations, ammo, first aid, and a gas mask. Everything a doughboy needed to fight and to win. Incidentally, the 42nd Infantry Division was deployed to heavy combat abroad and then deployed again in World War II, ultimately liberating the Dachau concentration camp. The 42nd responded to the terrorist attacks on 9/11. Later, with the war on terrorism, the rainbow stretched across the world again, deploying in Iraq and Afghanistan. Thundering into view, the pride of Fort Sill, the U.S. Army Artillery Half Section. This is literally powered by horsepower and heritage. This elite ceremonial unit honors the legacy of the Army's horse-drawn artillery. With precision, discipline, and 6 majestic horses pulling a vintage 1918 caisson, the half section keeps tradition alive and rolling strong. Representing the power, pride, and precision of America's field artillery, this is Fort Sill's finest, ladies and gentlemen. Special thanks to our sponsor, Form Energy. World War II, a global fight for freedom. In history's darkest hour, the United States Army was on the front lines. From the beaches of Normandy to the islands of the Pacific, the greatest generation faced down tyranny and turned the tide. From bombers to fighters to transports, U.S. Army aircraft started to thunder across the skies in World War II. And take a look up there, ladies and gentlemen. Flying overhead right now, they are fast, they are fierce, and famously used in the Doolittle raid over Tokyo. Leading up front, the mighty B-25 Mitchell. Up next, the Cadillac of the sky.
On to World War II. We're seeing more troops in period uniform. We just saw some aircraft fly overhead, some very notable aircraft in military history.
We just saw 2 P-51 Mustangs and 1 B-25 Mitchell fly over. The P-51 really was a game changer for the U.S. Army Air Forces in escorting bombers safely to target. And the B-25 Mitchell, of course, was made famous by the Doolittle raid when they basically stripped this bomber down to its bare bones and were able to launch it off of the Hornet to strike on Tokyo.
That's amazing.
Command Sergeant Major, this was kind of the dawn of the Jeep era for the military, a vehicle that's so intertwined with the military and the minds of Americans.
That's correct. The Ford GPW quarter-ton Jeep became one of the most widely produced vehicles after the war.
You see them all over the place. Some of them still look kind of similar in a way to what we might have seen then, but not quite the same. You see the Commander-in-Chief standing and saluting as we see soldiers from both the 101st Airborne out of Fort Campbell, Kentucky, the 82nd Airborne out of Fort Bragg, representing these soldiers from World War II.
And really, this is home for you with your more than 20 years serving in the 75th Ranger Regiment. Talk about these 2 storied units, the 82nd and the 101st, and what it's meant to you to go back to Normandy, to see the cliffs that those men scaled, to be part of that unit.
Oh, those 2 units were crucial to seizing several towns. The 2nd Ranger Battalion was the main one. The 3 companies, D, E, and F, that were tasked to climb Point du Hoc, which is a key terrain that could actually destroy anyone coming into Omaha and Utah Beach. 100-foot cliffs, 225 Rangers were tasked with one of the hardest missions of the invasion, and they managed to get to the top. Now, 90 were able to continue to fight, but it was a critical battle in seizing Normandy Beach.
So only 90 made it of the 225 that scaled those cliffs?
And that is correct.
Wow.
When 12,000 parachute and glider troops destroyed German supply lines after fighting for 33 days straight. The 101st Airborne Division, based out of Fort Campbell, Kentucky, traces its lineage back to 1918 when it first established as the 101st Division. Known for their ability to rapidly deploy across the world, the unit has held a crucial role in operations since its inception. From parachuting behind enemy lines on D-Day to leading helicopter assaults in Vietnam, the 101st redefined modern warfare. In the 50s, the Screaming Eagles stood tall at home, protecting the Little Rock Nine during the fight for civil rights. In recent decades, they've been sent across the world with stints as far as the Middle East, where they took part in Operation Desert Storm and participated extensively in the war on terrorism in Iraq and Afghanistan. The Screaming Eagles continue to lead the way as tomorrow's division in today's Army.
Seeing some vintage World War II armor now, riding along Constitution Avenue. Sergeant Major, tell us what we're seeing.
Yes, sir. We're looking at the Sherman tanks right now, and they were extremely useful against German, much bigger tanks. They were very reliable, very maneuverable, 5-man crew, and they wreaked havoc across the German armor formations.
More than 50,000 of them were produced in the war.
Perhaps the best known of the tanks the Army has produced for a long, long time until that M1 Abrams that we'll be seeing.
We'll be seeing that one a little bit
later. And I can see that smile on your face when we mentioned the Abrams. World War II being celebrated on Constitution Avenue. We'll keep watching. And the remembrance of the Korean War coming up next.
The U.S. Army Transportation Corps motto states, "Nothing happens until something moves." That was never more true than with this. Look at this, the 2.5-ton Chevrolet Deuce and a Half. 10,000 pounds of cargo and was the backbone of the Red Ball Express that kept the Allies supplied after D-Day in World War II. The Korean War, often referred to as the Forgotten War, began on June 25, 1950, with the North Korean Army's invasion of South Korea. A coalition of South Korea, the United States, and other United Nations members defeated the invasion and advanced into North Korea. The coalition fought and defeated 2 Chinese offensives in the spring of 1951. Armistice negotiations began shortly after that defeat in July of 1951 until the armistice was signed 2 years later in 1953. Combat consisted of small attacks, raids, and patrolling. During this war, the United States deployed approximately 6.8 million military forces to the Korean Peninsula. Special thanks to our sponsor, Coinbase. The M151 kept rolling along as the lightweight, high-mobility general-purpose vehicle replacing the famed World War II Jeep back in 1961. Officially named the Military Utility Tactical Truck, or MUT, most servicemen generally referred to it as a Jeep. The vehicle spanned more than 40 years in 4 manufacturers and were everywhere that the Army was deployed. Another rolled by earlier, and at 2.5 tons, this deuce and a half, the M35A2 classic military transport truck, was a mainstay of the U.S. Army for decades, particularly during the Vietnam War and Operation Iraqi Freedom. The deuce and a half proved its value moving cargo, supplies, and soldiers. Its capabilities include up to 5,000 pounds off-road and 10,000 pounds on-road, making it ideal for moving just about anything. In the jungles of Vietnam, the U.S. Army faced a new kind of war. Helicopters became the new workhorses of battle, delivering troops, firepower, and supplies into some of the most unforgiving terrain on Earth. This is the U.S. Army in Vietnam, the era of air mobility, fierce firefights, and unwavering brotherhood. And over the music marching through, the roar of these legendary Army helicopters takes to the air. Flying overhead right now, they help define the Vietnam War. That staccato beat of the rotor blades was a welcome sound to many troops mired in combat. From transport and medevac to close air support and reconnaissance, they brought the fight to the front and pulled the wounded to safety. The OH-6 Cayuse scouted the terrain with unmatched agility. The AH-1 Cobra, also nicknamed the Snake, brought serious firepower. Its slim design, as you can see here, helped it survive and thrive in hostile environments to protect soldiers below. And the icon of the era, the UH-1 Huey, the first turbine-powered helicopter in service with the U.S. military. There was nothing the Huey couldn't do. General support, air assault, cargo transport, medic evacuation, and ground attack missions. The Cayuse, Cobra, and Huey, ladies and gentlemen, three iconic Army symbols in the sky. The 1st Cavalry Division Band, based out of Fort Cavazos, Texas, has played a vital role in U.S. military history. Since its origins back in 1855 as the band of the 2nd Cavalry, it has supported operations from the Civil War to Desert Storm. Over time, it's evolved into a powerful force using music to strengthen bonds between soldiers and engage with communities. From World War II in Korea to the Vietnam War in Bosnia, the 1st Teen Band has enhanced morale and upheld the division's enduring legacy. Today, the band continues its mission using music to shape perceptions, foster trust, and promote national Army and division interests. Standing ready to serve, it remains an enduring symbol of the 1st Cavalry Division's legacy and commitment to duty. The band performs Hit the Leather and Ride, a march composed by Captain Robert Meredith Wilson. This piece reflects the cavalry's transition from horses to mechanized warfare, capturing the speed, the resilience, and the tradition of the division. From Fort Cavazos, Texas, everybody, the 1st Cavalry Division Band. The U.S. Army deployed large numbers of troops in support of the Vietnam War. The first contingent of U.S. Army advisors arrived in Vietnam in the late 1950s, and that quickly grew to a small team of around 100 soldiers, which then expanded to more than 600 over the next decade. As the war intensified, troops' numbers quickly grew as the war between the South Vietnamese government and the communist insurgents supported by North Vietnam intensified. By January 1969, more than 364,200 soldiers organized around 7 divisions and 20 separate combat brigades. The United States began withdrawing its forces in July of 1969, and the last Army combat unit left South Vietnam in August of '71. The last U.S. combat soldier came home March 1973, while a small number of non-combat personnel remained until April 1975. Representing the Vietnam War era is the 101st Airborne Division based out of Fort Campbell, Kentucky. The unit is wearing replica Vietnam War uniforms signifying the soldiers who served our nation during this time. Blistering heat, thick humidity, and unforgiving terrain demanded uniform innovation, and the Army, they delivered. New lightweight uniforms were constructed to move with the soldier. The M16 replaced the M1 Garand, calling for redesigned ammo gear and faster reloads in combat. Body armor got smarter, jackets and trousers got lighter, and field equipment was reimagined to meet the mission head on. Gone were the heavy Mickey Mouse boots, replaced by canvas tropical combat boots that offered better grip, faster drying, and all-day endurance. Special thanks to our sponsor, Oracle. When Saddam Hussein's Iraq invaded Kuwait in August 1990, the U.S. Army deployed to Saudi Arabia to deter further Iraqi aggression in the region for what was known as Operation Desert Shield. By the fall, more than 750,000 troops comprising U.S. service members and coalition partners from more than 30 countries had assembled in the Saudi Arabian desert. In mid-January 1991, the U.S.-led coalition began Operation Desert Storm, which kicked off with an intensive air campaign designed to knock out key Iraqi infrastructure and weaken Iraqi forces. The ground offensive was launched in early 1991, where military forces overwhelmingly destroyed enemy tanks and vehicles. After only 100 hours of ground combat, coalition troops liberated Kuwait, and the Gulf War ended with Iraq's surrender. From Fort Riley, Kansas, this is the 1st Infantry Division, one of the Army's most storied divisions. Nicknamed the Big Red One because of the distinctive red on their unit patch, as the oldest continuously serving division in the U.S. Army, the unit has participated in every major operation since World War I, living up to its motto, no mission too difficult, no sacrifice too great, duty first. The 1st Infantry Division was originally established as the 1st Expeditionary Division in 1917 and spearheaded the American Expeditionary Forces in France during World War I. In World War II, the Fighting First stormed Omaha Beach on D-Day and liberated Nazi concentration camps. The highly decorated unit has had 37 members of the Big Red One awarded the Medal of Honor. In Washington, D.C., the 1st Division Monument stands in President's Park, memorializing those who died while serving in the 1st Infantry Division. Ladies and gentlemen, they are the Big Red One, the 1st Infantry Division. More military rolling stock. During Operation Desert Storm, the M2 Bradley fighting vehicle proved its value on the battlefield. It is fast, it is tough, and it is lethal. Named for General Omar Bradley, a leader from West Point's famed class of 1916, the Bradley was built to carry troops into combat with protection and power. Armed with a 25mm chain-driven cannon and twin-tube-launched optically tacked wire-guided missiles, it played a critical role in clearing the way during the ground assault into Iraq. While the Paladin looks and sounds like a tank, it is technically a self-propelled howitzer that was first introduced back in the 1960s. Over the years, it's been upgraded to perform in versatile battlefields from Vietnam to the Soviet Union to Iraq.
the armor here.
Sure. Let me know when it.
Gulf War now being celebrated on Constitution Avenue, along with all the armor that helped play such a key role in that essentially 100-hour battle. Tara, gives a sense of what we've been seeing.
So we have just seen Abrams tank after Abrams tank kind of staggered in 2 rows. I can only imagine what it feels like on the pavement out there with the sounds, but the Gulf War was really the first kind of major tank battle for the Abrams. Talk to me a little bit about the 73 East Indies War, because that was led by a young captain, then H.R. McMaster, and they were vastly outnumbered by Iraqi tanks and managed to just outmaneuver.
You're right. It's one of the fastest wars. First used 1991, Operation Desert Storm, as you mentioned it. It was fast, reliable, lethal, but most importantly, it was survivable. The Bradley tank is operated, by 4. It's a 4-man crew right now, and is renowned for its 120 millimeter cannon. It also has a 50 caliber machine gun that's mounted, as well as a 240 millimeter machine gun that just causes havoc anywhere it goes. And I've had the pleasure of actually sitting inside of one and actually firing on the range, because one of my combat brigades had one, and then I tell you, it's a phenomenal sight to actually see them rolling down the street right now.
What does it feel like inside? Is it shaking when it fires? How are your eardrums? What does it feel like?
Surprisingly, Betty, steady. You got to protect yourself just like anything else. You have these helmets to protect your hearing, but the gunners, and it's just the crew drill that happens inside there, and the communication has to be locked in step for that gun to actually be as accurate as it can be, as it identifies the enemy. It is great.
And then we've also seen a lot of towed artillery, notably howitzers of different types. And I was just wondering if we could talk just briefly about, what makes a system a howitzer? What is towed artillery?
So we saw a couple different artillery pieces. The first one we saw was a Paladin. It looked like a tank. It sounds like a tank. It has the armor of a tank, but it's not quite a tank. It's a Paladin. It shoots 155 rounds. Equivalent to that is actually towed is the 777s. We haven't seen them yet, but we have seen the 105s, and those are towed by Humvees, as you saw. You'll see them all over combat brigades. They're the fastest way to get indirect fire to support your troops on the ground. And incredible range, multiple different types of rounds, and we've seen them really throughout the GWAT and before that as well.
And something fun about the Abrams tanks, for weeks and weeks, the city has been concerned about what sort of damage these tanks would do to DC's roads. The Army spent $3 million on plating and on preparing the roads, and actually had soldiers at Fort Cavazos take an Abrams tank and run it over plates 50 times to make sure the road was going to be okay. That seems like that was a pretty fun assignment.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we want to display, we want to showcase our tanks, we want to show the American soldier, but we were very cognizant of what could happen. I think we went to great lengths to actually ensure that we are protecting the cities of Washington, D.C., while still giving the people, the American people, a great show.
First used in Operation Desert Shield and Desert Storm, the M119 howitzer brought precision firepower to the front lines. Lighter and more mobile than larger artillery, it was built for the infantry brigade, able to fire high into the air or directly at the target depending on the mission. Whether used in battery formation or as a standalone support weapon, the M119 delivered reliable, responsible fire when it mattered most. Still in service today, including on the front lines in Ukraine, it remains a trusted part of the Army's arsenal. Special thanks to our sponsor, UFC. On September 11, 2001, terrorists destroyed the World Trade Center in New York City and struck the Pentagon in Washington, D.C. using commercial airliners. In response, the U.S. launched the global war on terrorism. The U.S. would stop potential threats around the world and take the fight to terrorist groups and the nations that back them. The Army immediately deployed forces to Afghanistan to destroy Osama bin Laden's al-Qaeda terrorist organization and depose his sponsors, the ruling Taliban. The 2003 President Bush expanded the war to Iraq. Soldiers and other armed services overthrew Iraq's dictator Saddam Hussein. The fight to stabilize Iraq and prevent terrorist groups from overthrowing its new government continues to this day. The campaign in Afghanistan lasted until 2021 when U.S. forces withdrew and the Taliban returned to power. Over the course of the two-decade conflict, over 2 million servicemen and women, less than 1% of the American population, deployed in support of the global war on terrorism. Most of those who served were members of the United States Army.
We are looking now at the global war on terror. Before that, the Gulf War, which ended, of course, in 1991. It was 10 years later that the U.S. was attacked on 9/11, and that set off 2+ decades of war for the U.S. Army. Obviously, a lot of developments, a lot of different hardware, a lot of different battles in both Iraq and Afghanistan. And a gentleman who would know firsthand about that, Command Sergeant Major Alex Caprati, can tell us a little bit about some of that hardware, Sergeant Major. What have we been seeing?
So what we're looking at right now, you're looking at a Stryker vehicle. It's an 8-wheel, lightly armored vehicle. It has a crew of 3 and is able to carry up to 11 soldiers in its back, with fully combat load. There's so many different variations to this vehicle. You have, we're seeing a few of them right now. You have a just infantry carry vehicle. You can actually put a mortar system inside of it. You can actually use it as a medevac vehicle as well. And there's different variants that allow commanders to actually communicate a lot easier in the battlefield.
We've seen soldiers from the 10th Mountain Division taking part in this part of the raid, or this part of the parade rather, based in upstate New York at Fort Drum. More than 20 deployments for the 10th Mountain to both Iraq and Afghanistan over the years.
And what we haven't seen so far, both for the global war on terror and for the modern era, which I think these two sections are kind of blending into as we go into the final kind of 2 decades to present day, is a massive air parade of all of the Army's air assets, starting with the 160th Special Air Operations Command, the Night Stalkers. Talk to me a little bit about their role in the days literally right after September 11th attacks and what they were able to accomplish by getting our soldiers into Afghanistan.
No, absolutely. I was very fortunate enough to actually train with the Night Stalkers, incredible pilots. I think we saw so many different aircraft in display today, the Little Bird, their DAPS systems, MH-47s, the MH-60s, highly trained. They own the night. And I was fortunate enough to be in some pretty tough places. And you can always count on Night Stalkers to always find the X and always put you in the right spot and always pick you up in the right place when the time was called. So we're hoping to see, I hope it was not a weather decision that was made, but hopefully we can still see them flying today.
We're expecting right now to see almost 50 helicopters flying directly over these troops. But weather's been an issue all day long today, and the ceiling, you see those low-level clouds, and you see kind of the fog. That might have been a factor in the reason why we're not seeing them right now. But the 160th, they had a role in dropping off the horse soldiers and attacking the Taliban. Tell us a little bit about that mission and what happened there.
I will tell you, when I say that you can bring them in at any time, anywhere, we found ourselves in some bad valleys there when we actually had them come in where no other formation would dare fly in the middle of an intense firefight, risking themselves, risking the aircraft, which is significant in how much some of those airframes cost, to actually put fire on the enemy, pick us up and take us off to the next objective. They're incredible. I mean, I'm at a loss for words of some of the things that I've managed to see those people do with those helicopters.
What are some of the vehicles we're looking at now?
We're still seeing some Strykers right now. I'm trying to see what kind of variant this is. Hopefully they'll zoom out here in a second. We're still seeing some of the regular Strykers. So you'll see the Strykers can also be mounted by numerous amount of things. You have Mark 19s, which are 40 millimeter rounds. You have your 50 cal, your 240s that can be mounted on top as well. You have a 30 millimeter round that can be mounted on top, and of course you have your TOW missile that can be mounted there as well. And what we're seeing right now is still Strykers with a 50 cal. That one happens to have a 50 cal mounted on it right now.
And the camera is actually cutting to Senator Joni Ernst, who herself is a military veteran. One of the things we hadn't said about the Abrams tanks before is that while they were crawling along at maybe 3 miles an hour, those things can actually haul. How fast can they go?
Gosh, I want to say close to 42 miles an hour, if I'm not mistaken. You got to look at my map. Maybe you know the better answer.
Pretty sure no one was going to allow them to go 42 miles an hour at
No,
Constitution
not at all.
today.
Not at all. Not today.
So we have gone through the wars of the U.S. Army history, from the Revolution through the Civil War, both world wars, Korea, Vietnam, the Gulf War, global war on terror, so encompassing both Iraq and Afghanistan. What we'll be seeing next is what they're calling the modern day part of the parade. It is all the hardware, all the aviation that the Army is counting on for any near-term conflict with an adversary. So we'll see the armor, we'll see the artillery, we'll see the helicopters. We'll even get to see apparently a HIMARS battery, which perhaps even casual news readers have heard a lot about over the last, let's say, year and a half because of Ukraine, Tar.
That is that high mobility rocket launcher system that Ukraine has just coveted and has been so vital in its ability to fight back against Russia's invasion that started in 2022. The HIMARS system is basically a mobile system, and they actually trained on it here in the U.S. and then they trained on it again overseas and learned how to be able to fire and move and get it out of the way. Can you talk a little bit about what we've been able to do for Ukraine with this system?
Absolutely. One of the biggest things is that interoperability that we have in training them to actually be able to defend themselves. That has been a critical weapon system for them, and as you said earlier on, their ability to fire and move and not become a fixed target. As you know, they've had many casualties due to artillery and the massive artillery that they receive. This allows them to fire a pinpoint shot and then get up and move away before the enemy is able to actually cue in on them.
What's interesting too is that while this is the modern era and we are seeing weapon systems that have played vital roles in the war on terror for the last 20 years, the Army is in the middle of a massive transformation in how it's thinking about war, in the systems it might be chasing after, especially as we've seen kind of the introduction of drones and we've seen them play such an important role in Ukraine. Can you talk a little bit about how the Army of the future is thinking and how it's adjusting and the kind of weapon systems it's looking for?
Absolutely. That's a big change the Army is making right now. Secretary of the Army and the Chief of Staff habitually talk about it. The Army Transformation Initiative is really creating or acquiring war-winning capabilities faster. That's, in its essence, is get the right things in the hands of soldiers much faster than we have been doing it forever, right? Looking at force structure, looking at what are some of those threats that we're going to be facing in the future, and then look at what we have now, and then training and building our force for the future fight. That is significantly the biggest thing, is how do we bring AI, how do we bring technology and embed it into everything we do to make our processes faster and make our people more lethal.
What are some of the things we're learning from how we've seen drones be employed? I mean, do you still need the Abrams tank? Do you still need the Bradley fighting vehicle, or do they become more vulnerable? Do you have to change how you use them?
Oh, I mean, modern warfare changes all the time. The UAS systems, now you have ubiquitous surveillance, constantly. You have to be aware of that. But there's a lot of changes at the ATI. We're looking at systems that we're phasing out. H-64 Delta model, for example. We're looking at different loitering munitions that have further range. Is how do we make things better? How do we take the things now that are obsolete and make better programs?
As we see more of this armor go by the presidential reviewing stand, the president seated in between the First Lady and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, we've seen the president jump up and salute quite a bit, Sergeant Major. When everyone else on that platform has been sitting, the one person standing and saluting has been the Commander-in-Chief, and we've seen, and we've been commenting on it privately for the last several minutes, the looks on the faces of these young soldiers who are manning these Strikers and the Bradleys and everything else. And you see it there, the smiles and the waves. Can you put into words maybe what it might mean for some of these young soldiers to be taking part in this and being able to ride by and wave at it and salute and have a salute returned by the Commander-in-Chief?
Sagar, I'm picturing myself inside one of those Abrams, inside one of those Strikers, and really the the number one thing that comes to mind is pride. You know, my family's looking at me. You know, I come from a small town in Peru. They're watching me right now. This is what I've done. I'm defending my nation. I'm an American soldier. This is what I do. And, you know, I get goosebumps just thinking about that right now. And the American people is watching. This is your army. And all that hard work and all the dedication and discipline that goes into making ready soldiers is being displayed in front of us right now. So I think pride is the number one thing I would feel inside of me. And
mentally, for these soldiers who are manning the old equipment, you know, it's one thing to be in the Bradleys or to be in the Abrams, but for those who are maybe in the Sherman or flying the Hueys that we still hope to see, that we did not see.
Or the Humvees.
Or the Humvees, for that matter. Yeah. What kind of preparation went into that? Like, is there that little bit of nerve, would you think? That, like, okay, I've now got to drive a 80-year-old weapon system and wave to the President of the United States.
Well, that's right. It's not like riding a bicycle, right? There's a lot of training that went into this, much like we approach training with safety and readiness in mind at all times. These are frames that took many hours to actually master, to ensure that, one, we don't damage equipment, and two, we safely maneuver them across.
More than an hour now into this parade marking the U.S. Army's 250th birthday. Still more to come, assuming the weather can hold off. We hope to see some more fun aircraft, and at the very least, we will see some more soldiers. Back with you shortly.
By securing ready, prompt, and sustained. This convoy starts with the M777, a lightweight howitzer. These lightweight howitzers may not look particularly lightweight, but are made from titanium. They are 7,000 pounds lighter than their predecessor, the old M198. Used by the Army since 2005, the M777 is currently being used in Ukraine. Weighing only 4,700 pounds, the M119 howitzer is smaller and is used by infantry brigades, particularly for air assault missions. It was first used in Operation Desert Shield and Desert Storm in 1991 and is also seeing active use in Ukraine. The 7th Infantry Division, stationed at Joint Base Lewis McChord, has been seeing continuous combat action ever since activation in World War I. From Europe to the Aleutian Islands, Japan, Korea, Afghanistan, and the Pacific, the Bayonet Division boasts a proud history of answering the call of its motto, "Trust in me," with resolute dedication. Sent to deployments and conflicts around the globe since it was founded, the division returned to Fort Lewis in 1971, its first time on American soil since 1934. The 7th Division, originally called the Hourglass Division due to their patch design, gained the nickname Bayonet Division during their deployment to Korea in June of 1950. At Incheon Landing and during the liberation of Seoul, they were credited with plunging the bayonet into the heart of the enemy, with 13 members of the division receiving the Medal of Honor. The 7th enables and sustains the combat readiness of 2 Stryker Brigade combat teams and a Combat Aviation Brigade. the American soldier, the cornerstone of everything the Army does, we are continuously transforming. Army careers span the spectrum from attorneys to astronauts and mechanics to engineers. The Army's greatest asset is our people, the finest men and women our great nation has to offer, with a myriad of talents that make us stronger. Aside from its people, the Army's next greatest asset is its technology and equipment. Coming up next, these vehicles offer a glimpse of what the Army employs for readiness and battle. The portable howitzers and the portable Abrams tank were used extensively in the Gulf War, along with Bradley tanks and the infantry squad vehicle. The ISB provides enhanced tactical mobility of an infantry brigade combat team. This allows commanders greater freedom of movement and action. The ISB provides the warfighter with increased flexibility to ensure infantry units maintain momentum to achieve mission success. When duty calls, U.S. Army soldiers don't just answer, they lead. From Fort Bragg, witness a powerful demonstration of strength, purpose, and the unmatched capability of today's Army.
The Army has made me see my potential, and I feel like it's molded me into a better person.
I grew up in a very patriotic household. My grandfather, he served in World War II, and his brother, my uncle, served in Vietnam. I can do this. If they can do this, I can do this.
When I was born, my dad was still serving in the military, and him coming home in his uniform, I'm like, yeah, I want to do that.
Ready for takeoff.
My motivation, I think it follows in line. I think with what my family's done is kind of a sense of duty to serve our country and give back since it's given us so much.
I'm a very, let's say, timid person, but definitely helped me become a more confident person.
Working with a group and my peers, it really shows how much working with a team can strengthen you.
All right, ready to go? Ready to go. I derive a lot of purpose from serving others. I think serving something bigger than myself gets me out of bed every day. If you power it up, you power it up.
I definitely pushed myself further than I ever thought I could go.
I joined the military service because I want to deploy. That's my main goal, is deploy, deploy, deploy.
If we get the call, we have to go somewhere, we'll do what needs to be done. That's just the way we operate here.
This is one of the few jobs in the nation where we all take an oath to say, I'm willing to put my life on the line for you, and they're willing to put their life on the line for me.
This is what we train for. This is what I want to do. My team leaders and squad leaders, they know exactly what to do. Check equipment, check weapons, check ammo.
We're always ready to deploy within 18 hours and handle the mission at task. We jump so frequently so that our jump masters and the paratroopers are ready to deploy.
Outboard personnel, stand up! I'm very passionate about being a jump master. The paratroopers, they see you and, you know, they believe in you. I love to instill that confidence with my passion into those paratroopers. It's a rush. It's great.
Drop them clear for personnel drop.
This week we honor 250 years of valor and glory and triumph by the greatest fighting force ever to walk the face of the earth, the United States Army. For 2.5 centuries, our soldiers have marched into the raging fires of battle and obliterated America's enemies.
I love the Army. It is a great place to set yourself up for success, to prepare yourself for the future.
God bless you, God bless our soldiers, and God bless the U.S. Army.
Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson, Alaska is the home to America's Arctic Angels, who execute expeditionary operations worldwide, conduct multi-domain operations in the Indo-Pacific Theater and the Arctic, and on order decisively defeat any adversary in extreme cold weather, mountainous and high-latitude environments through large-scale combat operations. The Angels are the Army's only Arctic division. Masters of Arctic warfare, the 11th serves worldwide in all climates. Established in November of 1942, the Angels of the 11th Airborne Division led the way in the Philippines during World War II and spearheaded an amphibious invasion of Luzon and distinguished themselves during the liberation of Manila. After periods spent inactive and stationed in Germany from 1963 to 65, the division operated as the 11th Air Assault Division with the mission of testing and refining the Army's helicopter-centric air mobility doctrine. Activated once again in June of 2022, they remain dedicated to defending America's interests throughout the Arctic, in Alaska, and beyond. The 11th Airborne Division, America's Arctic Angels.
one made him cry.
We just saw Vice President Vance looking like he's having a good time, and now a thumbs up from the Secretary of Defense as the Army parade rolls on down Constitution Avenue here in Washington. I'm Sagar Meghani. This is Tara Kopp. We have Command Sergeant Major Alex Prati joining us here as well. The weather has largely been better than people expected at this point. We have seen some delays in what we expected to be some aircraft flights, specifically a lot of helicopters that should have been in the air several minutes ago that we have yet to see. Still thunderstorms predicted here in Washington, still a flood threat, still a lightning threat. So it's unclear how all of that may play out, how it may affect President Trump's remarks later, fireworks, concert. We still have a ways to go. But Sergeant Major, give us a sense of what we're seeing now as the president stands and salutes once again.
Well, I think we're finishing up the modern era right now. What we're hoping to see is potentially, we spoke briefly about the Night Stalkers and some of the aircraft and some of the things they're able to do. And as we finish up right now this parade, what we have at the very end is we have a lot of the service, the academies. We have VMI, we have the Citadel, we have the Aggies, Texas A&M. We have current soldiers going through AIT, and then most importantly, the future of our Army, which is prospective soldiers hoping to wear our nation's cloth here in the future. And that is what this is all about, and it's the future. We talked about the last 250 years, but there's so many more years ahead, and that is your Army. That's going to be the future of our Army, and I'm truly excited to see them be part of this incredible parade.
What is it that you, as a career soldier who's risen to the top of his field, wants kids, maybe young kids, maybe kids younger than 10, or maybe middle school or high school kids, what would you like them to walk away from either the mall, where they got to see this in person, or watching here or on TV or wherever? What do you hope this did to them in terms of how the Army is presented?
Well, first and foremost, it's still a sense of pride of being an American citizen and being proud of their Army, knowing that their Army for 250 years has been at the forefront of freedom, fighting for our values, fighting to protect the American public, and standing tall and ready to continue to do that into the future. And there is so much to do. Hopefully over the last hour, they've been able to see the different specialties that they can see. It's not just about being an infantryman or an armor. It's in aviation, it's in medicine. There's so many things available for them to do.
Sagar, in the weeks building up to this, I was talking to the Army a lot about what they hope to accomplish, both for the festival and the parade. And one of them said, we're really looking at that 6-year-old, 7-year-old, 8-year-old kid who's going to see an Abrams tank, or who's going to see a Paladin, or who's going to see an Apache helicopter fly overhead, and put that idea in their head of this is the Army, this is what they could do with their lives. And 10 years later, that seed is still there, and maybe it starts a conversation about military service.
And one of the things I want to add, I don't want to be confused. We've talked about changes from the Revolutionary War, and we're all mesmerized by all these different platforms we're seeing. But at the end of the day, precision fire missiles or the next gen weapon, there's a soldier at the end that's going to make the decision to pull that trigger. And that is our most valuable asset, is the American soldier. And I'm so proud to have this opportunity to actually watch them walk and march in our nation's capital today.
We're going to see cadets, as you mentioned, both from Texas A&M, VMI, the Citadel. We're going to see new enlistees who are in basic training, and then we're going to see new recruits or soldiers re-enlisting. And those, as they go by that presidential reviewing stand, they will raise their right arms, and they will be sworn in by the Commander-in-Chief as they drive by. That has to be another thrill for some of these young soldiers or soon-to-be soldiers.
It's not every day you get sworn into service by the President of the United States.
Exactly. I remember early on in my days of covering the Pentagon being at an event somewhere on the mall, and General Dick Cody, who was then the Vice Chief of Staff, was there to swear in a group, and they didn't happen to, I was sitting in a row with them, they didn't happen to notice that he had come to the row and went to sit down, and a couple of them glanced up and just did this great double take and all shot up to salute. A couple of them knocked over their chairs, and I just remember General Cody said, "You all sit down. I'm just going to grab a seat. Don't mind me." And he went up and swore them in, and I remember thinking then, like, wow, what a thrill for these 18-year-old kids that the number 2 officer in the Army just swore them in, which is pretty good, except when you have the Commander-in-Chief getting to do it.
Absolutely.
Even better.
Absolutely.
You think about it now, we have an Air Force and a Marine Corps and a Navy and a Space Force, but the Army really started a lot of this stuff. The Army had the first submarine. It was a single-person submarine called the Turtle, and it only went submerged 3 times. It didn't do anything it was supposed to do. It was supposed to be able to attach bombs to ships, but it was an Army vessel. The Army had the Army Air Corps, and it had the Army Air Forces, and it had the first fixed-wing aircraft in war. So even though you are now known more as a ground force with helicopters and combined air-ground, you've really kind of been all over the place.
You're spearheading a lot of the initiatives that we have right now, technologically. Yeah, absolutely.
Let's watch some more of this armor roll by, and we will get to watching some recruits get sworn in, and if the weather holds, eventually some helicopters and some fireworks. Stay with us.
Before you is a platoon from the Multi-Purpose Company, 2nd Battalion, 327th Infantry Regiment, 1st Mobile Brigade, 101st Airborne Division, Bastogne. They are showcasing the Army's Transformation in Contact Initiative, a program that allows the Army to rapidly test, evaluate, and equip our soldiers with the newest technologies. Modern, mobile, and mission-ready, the Bastogne Brigade continues to adapt to new threats while staying rooted in the fierce resilience that defined its birth. They are carrying the next-generation squad weapons, the XM7 and XM250, both equipped with the XM157 optic. The vehicles are the infantry squad vehicle, a new mobility asset that can rapidly move through most terrain types. The trailer is the S-MET, and it's capable of carrying heavy loads under its own power through restrictive terrain. This platoon is equipped with 3 types of small unmanned aerial systems. They are the Ghost X, located on the S-MET, the C-100, and right above us there, the X-10D, which are flying above the formation right now. Bradley fighting vehicle has proved itself to be lethal and survivable in multiple theaters since it first fielded back in the 1980s. Designed as a troop transport, tank killer, and to match speed with an Abrams tank, the Bradley is a fierce fighting machine. The Bradley accompanies American troops often with the M1A1 Abrams tank, nicknamed the Beast and Whispering Death because of its firepower, accuracy while moving, and its stealth. Together, they offer mobility and firepower, a fearsome combination.
As the military parade continues here in Washington, another show of force across the country. What you're seeing on the right side of the screen is Los Angeles, with riot police with shields and batons and horses. There had been a peaceful demonstration outside a federal building that turned chaotic pretty quickly. You had police on horseback go into the crowd, hitting some of the protesters with wooden rods. The LAPD then fired tear gas and used other crowd control measures that sent people fleeing. The LAPD issued a dispersal order, which was rather quickly ignored, and the crowd seems to have gathered itself again. One woman who was in that crowd said this was a total 100% overreaction. We were peaceful, we were just standing there, and they decided to come after us. So this is a pretty visual representation of on edge how many cities have been today. No King's rallies in cities big and small, from major highways to small town squares across America, even as the military parade is taking place here in Washington.
It's the premier attack helicopter in the world. The Apache entered service in the mid-1980s and continues to evolve and modify to meet worldwide threats. It can deliver intense fire on the battlefield with an array of aerial rockets, guided Hellfire missiles, along with 30mm cannon fire. The aircraft you see here is configured with a sophisticated targeting radar system and operating for visibility.
Again, on the right side of your screen, more action in Los Angeles. You see very heavily armed LAPD officers, both on foot and on horseback, as people are in the streets. Again, there had been a dispersal order issued by the LAPD outside this federal building that many protesters decided to ignore. We'll have to keep watching to see whether this can revert to being peaceful as it was just several minutes ago, or whether tensions have risen a bit too high here.
Special thanks to our sponsor, Lockheed Martin. Now, let's roll on to the future of Army readiness. The Army Research Laboratory robot dogs reflect the latest in Army innovation. Look at this. Much like a true canine, these robots can go where soldiers cannot. They have increased mobility, improved tactical awareness, reduced risk to soldiers, and enhanced teamwork. Replacing soldiers, robot dogs can explore terrain that may be difficult for soldiers to traverse, dispose of explosive ordnance, and act in defensive posture or aggressive capacity when armed. The Ghost Robot Dog is another innovation that can adapt seamlessly for various missions from recon to bomb recognition. These dogs reduce risk and support soldiers completely in high-stakes missions. They have a standard walk speed of 2 miles per hour and are working towards 6.7 miles per hour sprint. As the oldest continuously serving Army band and the oldest unit at West Point, this is the United States Military Academy Band, ladies and gentlemen. West Point Band traces its history to a single drummer and fifer appointed by George Washington during the American Revolution. Over the next 2 centuries, this band evolved into one of the most capable and versatile performing groups in the world. One of the most prestigious institutions in the world where leadership is forged and duty becomes destiny, this is West Point, where Army leaders are made. With the motto of duty, honor, and country, West Point trains the best and brightest to serve their country as Army officers. Founded back in 1802 by President Thomas Jefferson, West Point is the home of the Long Gray Line, a legacy of courage and excellence that includes 77 Medal of Honor recipients, 2 U.S. presidents, Grant and Eisenhower, and numerous generals, including John J. Pershing, Douglas MacArthur, and Norman Schwarzkopf. Upon entering the United States Army, all recruits undergo initial entry training, a highly intense and a challenging training period aimed at developing a soldier's physical and mental toughness, instill discipline, train them in essential combat skills, and foster teamwork. IET transforms civilians into soldiers based on the 7 core Army values: loyalty, duty, respect, selfless service, honor, integrity, and personal courage. The Virginia Military Institute, on a mission to produce citizen soldiers, men and women educated for civilian life, prepared to serve their country in the armed forces. VMI counts a Nobel Prize winner, 11 Rhodes Scholars, generals, 7 Medal of Honor recipients, and a Pulitzer Prize winner among its graduates. As one of the nation's senior military colleges, students at Virginia Military Institute can participate in Army ROTC or the Corps of Cadets. While cadets in the Corps can serve in any branch of the United States military or pursue other careers, those in Army ROTC earn their commission as officers, ready to serve on active duty in the National Guard or Army Reserve. Each year, the Army Senior ROTC Blue Ridge Battalion commissions approximately 130 second lieutenants, ensuring that excellence in leadership continues in generations to come. The Citadel, the Military College of South Carolina, offers students the opportunity to participate in Army ROTC or the Historic Corps of Cadets. Founded in 1842, the Citadel is the third oldest of the senior military colleges and is known for its Corps of Cadets living and studying under a classical military system that makes leadership and character development essential. While military service is not required in graduation, more than 120 students earn their commission each year through the Army Senior ROTC Palmetto Battalion, playing a vital role in shaping the future. As one of the nation's senior military colleges, Texas A&M University is home to both Army ROTC and the renowned Corps of Cadets. The Corps of Cadets' central purposes has remained building individuals that exemplify respect, excellence, leadership, loyalty, integrity, and selfless service. Students at the university who participate in the Army ROTC earn their commission as officers ready to serve on active duty in the National Guard or Army Reserve. Each year, the Army Senior ROTC Warrior Training Battalion at Texas A&M proudly commissions more than 90 second lieutenants and is honored to shape the future leaders of the U.S. Army. In a powerful display of commitment, these future soldiers will raise their right hand and take an oath of enlistment, pledging to serve our nation. This joint formation is proudly led by the Joint Task Force.
So we've gone from the Revolutionary War through the Army's history, and now we are seeing the Army's future marching down Constitution Avenue. Sergeant Major, describe this scene for us, if you would, sir.
Well, this is one-in-a-lifetime experiences right here. What you're seeing right now is you're seeing 250 soldiers, and you have a mixture of soldiers who are re-enlisting and soldiers who are enlisting in the Army. And they're going to face to the left, and they're going to face the Commander-in-Chief, and he is actually going to swear the oath to him. They're going to raise their right hand and swear to the Constitution of the United States, and that is powerful, and it's an honor to have that opportunity.
What a moment for those, well, some young, soon-to-be soldiers, and those who have decided to re-up their tours to
absolutely
to stay in uniform.
And you just saw a procession from West Point, from Texas A&M, the Corps of Cadets come by. These are basically your universities that are feeding into your next officer class.
That's right.
Again, the future of the Army.
The future leaders of the Army, absolutely.
So that'll be one of the final acts of this parade. The Commander-in-Chief, who pushed so hard for this parade to happen in the first place, going back 8 years now to his first term, will personally swear in 250 American soldiers after a display that began about 90 minutes ago, a little bit ahead of schedule because the weather has been so unsettled here in Washington. They had to take this very carefully designed and choreographed schedule and change it up quite a bit. We've seen the Golden Knights parachute team go very early. We've seen many of the helicopters go very late. We saw just a few minutes ago, you had Apache helicopters, you had Chinooks, you had Blackhawks, you had any assortment of Army aircraft flying over Constitution Avenue, going right by the Washington Monument. We started at the Revolutionary War. Again, as the Sergeant Major noted, the Army was born before the country was actually a country. 1 year before the Declaration of Independence was signed.
That I'm going to have to give back to the American soldiers that I'm going to be leading.
Because ultimately, they don't get to choose. And to me, it's that burden of responsibility to be the best leader.
And as a young officer, that's going to be exactly what I get to do.
I was the cadet basic training first detail for the first 3 weeks. And I got to see the new cadets come in from their families' homes and being in process on their very first day and watching them grow so quickly.
I would do all the formations, and I looked out at these 1,000 new cadets, people who just come out of high school. They were completely different people.
I don't think there's another institution in the country like West Point where the student body is so committed to furthering the mission of America and ensuring our democracy and freedom for generations to come.
I'm really surrounded by the best of the best, and that's when I realized this is a place that I absolutely want to be.
West Point itself is an amazing institution, but it only provides opportunities. The people here have to choose to take those opportunities and grow and lead and serve. And the people here want to do that. And I'm proud to be a part of that. And I would tell any high schooler who is considering it, you won't regret it.
Mr. President, First Sergeant Norton reporting for duty, sir. Ready to commence the ceremony as directed.
I state your name. Do solemnly swear. That I will support and defend. The Constitution of the United States of America. Against all enemies. Foreign and domestic. That I will bear true faith. And allegiance to the same. And that I will obey the orders. Of the President of the United States. And the orders. Of the officers appointed over me. According to regulations. And the Uniform Code of Military Justice. So help me God. Congratulations, congratulations. Welcome to the United States Army, and have a great life. Thank you very much. Have a great life. Thank you.
Ranger School is the best life insurance policy for our Army. It will always end with two people facing off with each other, and we need young leaders to be able to close with and destroy the enemy and defend our nation's interests forward.
Surrender is not a Ranger word. It's not an option. I know that I'm not going to be able to get to do this again. This is my chance.
It all starts at the legendary Ranger School, the crucible where these elite warriors are forged. It has been described as the longest approved gut check in the Army. Over 62 days, students will patrol hundreds of miles over mountains and through swamps under the crushing weight of their equipment. All the while, they are deprived of both food and sleep, forced to perform at the very edge of their physical limits. But it's not just the physical challenges that make Ranger School so intense. The mental strain will break these soldiers down to their core.
If I have a come to God moment, I have to take my PC off my patrol cap. And on the inside of that, my commander gave me a Ranger tab, the yellow and black one that you get during graduation. And I pinned it to the inside of my PC.
Ranger School is not for the faint of heart, but for those who are up to the challenge, it is the ultimate proving ground.
They already didn't have enough beds for the people in our company. And our eyes reminded us that we don't have enough beds because there's not going to be this many people by tomorrow. Just a slight reminder that there's too many of you anyways, and not all of you are going to pass.
Rangers, if you don't figure it out, you're about to get another casualty.
It's completely different than what people would think Ranger School is like, but you can't put that into words, so it's hard to tell somebody something that you have to experience for yourself.
They got a saying, it's called as the tab turns. So Ranger School is continuing to change and to develop, but at the end of the day, it is the same, right? They're always gonna put you in scenarios that is gonna test like your ability to actually make decisions on the ground.
As you go through Ranger School, it is a gut check. It's gonna check you out. And what's gonna get you through it is whether you have it or not. Thousands and thousands of soldiers train all their lives to come here, prepare themselves to come to Ranger School, and only a few hundred leave here every class with the tab. It's not for everyone.
I'm not gonna leave until I get it, so just buckle down, stop complaining, and just get the job done.
Please welcome country music sensation and proud supporter of our troops, Warren Ziders.
I'm not gonna lie, y'all, I'm nervous, but I would just like to say thank you so much for having me here tonight. I am just so fortunate to be here in front of y'all, and thank you guys so much for what you guys do. And honestly, happy birthday, y'all. Happy birthday. This next song was loved by y'all, so if you know the words, please sing along. This song's called Ride the Lightning, y'all. one more chorus, y'all. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody here, everybody that has attended tonight, I just want to say thank you so much. And I'll leave y'all with this. I'm Warren Zatters, y'all. Thanks for having me. It has been my honor, ladies and gentlemen. I really mean that. Thank you so much. Happy birthday to the Army. Happy birthday to our President, Donald Trump. Amen, y'all. God bless America, baby!
This week we honor 250 years of valor and glory and triumph by the greatest fighting force ever to walk the face of the earth, the United States Army. Each of you on the field today is among the most talented members of your generation. You could have done anything you wanted. You could have gone anywhere. You could have gone to any school. Matt's incredible heroism helped ensure that not a single American soldier died in the Battle of Shock Valley. For 2.5 centuries, our soldiers have marched into the raging fires of battle and obliterated America's enemies. The dignity, daring, and devotion of the American military is unrivaled anywhere in history and any place in the world. Our soldiers do not rest until they win. Our citizens know that you're standing guard, killing terrorists, crushing our enemies, and keeping America safe. But you're also keeping it strong and proud and mighty and free. This week we remember that we only have a country because we first had an army. As President of the United States, let me express my undying gratitude for every soldier here today, for every veteran and their incredible families, and for every patriot who has worn the uniform. Our debt to you is infinite and everlasting. With the grace of God, America will always prevail.
Well, let me say to the thousands of Americans who traveled from distant towns and across state lines to be here today, this is your national capital. Welcome to Washington, D.C. We are thrilled to have you. This evening, as we celebrate the 250th anniversary of the United States Army, the oldest branch of the greatest fighting force ever known to man, I want to say to all the soldiers all across our nation's capital and all across the world, happy birthday, soldiers. We're proud of you. And I want to say you represent an unbroken line of greatness, of excellence. And one of the things the President of the United States has told his entire administration, from the Vice President on down is that we must remember that the young men and women who put on the uniform and serve this nation are our most precious resource. We must honor them, we must respect them, we must fight for them, and that's exactly what the Trump administration aims to do every single day. And so to our soldiers, we're so proud of you, and let me tell you that the way that we honor and respect you is, number one, we never ask you to go to war unless you absolutely have to, and number two, when we do ask you to go to war, we give you the weapons and the support needed to kick the hell out of the enemy and come back home safely. Now, I know I am the last thing standing between June the 14th is, of course, the birthday of the Army. It is, of course, the birthday of the President of the United States, and happy birthday, Mr. President. But I would get in trouble if I didn't mention that it's also my wedding anniversary. And so to my lovely wife, I love you, honey, happy anniversary, and thank you for everything that you do for our country. So without further ado, it is my pleasure to introduce the 45th and 47th Commander-in-Chief of the United States Military, President Donald J. Trump.
Thank you to Vice President Vance, and thank you to our wonderful First Lady, and above all, thank you to the greatest, fiercest, and bravest fighting force ever to stride the face of this earth, the United States Army. Thank you very much. Because the Army keeps us free, you make us strong, and tonight, you have made all Americans very proud. They're watching from all over the world, actually. Made them all very proud. Every other country celebrates their victories. It's about time America did too. That's what we're doing tonight. And watching this magnificent display, our souls are filled with gratitude for every generation of warriors who have worn the uniform all the way back to the very beginning. So to every veteran across our land, and right here in our nation's capital, including 6 recipients of the Congressional Medal of Honor, we love you, we honor you, and we salute your noble service to our flag and to our country. As we celebrate tonight, we also think of the hundreds of thousands of Army soldiers who have made the supreme sacrifice for our nation and selflessly laid down their lives in every war, from the Revolution to the War on Terror. To the Gold Star families with us today, the courage of your heroes is the bedrock on which our entire nation stands. We thank you. Yes, we thank you. Today we commemorate an event that did not just change American history, but changed the history of the entire world. With the creation of America's Army on June 14th, 1775, liberty got its shield and the freedom got its sword. Those first Army patriots in the American Revolution fought against a fearsome enemy and impossible odds, but they were armed with a righteous cause. They were led by an indomitable commander, a truly great man, General George Washington, and they were united by an eternal creed. Their motto was victory or death, Over the past 2.5 centuries, our warriors have shown unrivaled valor on fields of battle around the globe. With the frostbitten feet and bloody fist, they have marched into the flames and fury of combat, charged up mountains, stormed beaches, waded through torrents of gunfire, and leapt into skies thick with smoke and shrapnel. The U.S. Army has driven bayonets into the heart of sinister empires, crushed the ambitions of evil tyrants. Beneath the threads of American tanks, it's done so well, it's done so much, and sent the devil himself flying into full retreat. Time and again, America's enemies have learned that if you threaten the American people, our soldiers are coming for you. Your defeat will be certain, your demise will be final, and your downfall will be total and complete. Because our soldiers never give up, never surrender, and never, ever quit. They fight, 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 and they win, win, win. And that's why no institution in history has entered more names into the roster of American heroes than the U.S. Army, the Congressional Medal of Honor, more than anyone or anything. There was Mad Anthony Wayne asked by George Washington to lead a daring midnight raid up the cliffs of Stony Point with unloaded muskets and only their bayonets to fight the redcoats. Mad Anthony replied, "Issue the order, sir, and I will storm into hell for you." Then there was the Civil War general, John Corse, shot in the face in combat. He fired off a message to his commander: "I am short a cheekbone and one ear, but I am able to whip the hell out of all of them." He stayed on the front lines, it seemed forever. In World War II, there was the great Creighton Abrams, besieged on all sides by the Nazis at the Battle of the Bulge. He boldly proclaimed, "They've got us surrounded again, the poor bastards." This is the fighting spirit and unyielding force of the U.S. Army. It has never changed, and it will never, ever change, because there is no earthly force more powerful than the brave heart of a U.S. infantryman or an Army Ranger, paratrooper, or Green Beret. They are the best, they are the finest. From Bunker Hill to San Juan Hill, from Gettysburg to Guadalcanal, from Yorktown to Shiloh, and from the trenches of the Argonne to the mountains of Afghanistan, the Army has forged a legacy of unmatched courage, untold sacrifice, and unequaled and undying glory. Our soldiers have poured out their blood by the bucketful on Missionary Ridge and Heartbreak Ridge, on the sands of Sicily, Normandy, and the Philippines, and on the dusty streets of Da Nang, Baghdad, and Fallujah. Thanks to their extraordinary service and devotion, 250 years later, America stands tall, America stands proud, and America stands free. We're the hottest country in the world right now, and our country will soon be greater and stronger than ever before. Down through history, we've been blessed beyond words by this valiant legion of Army warriors and patriots, heroes and legends. And tonight we affirm with unwavering certainty that in the years ahead and in every generation hence, whenever duty calls and whatever danger comes, the American soldier will be there. No matter the risk, no matter the obstacles, our warriors will charge into battle. They will plunge into the crucible of fire, and they will seize the crown of victory, because the United States of America will always have the grace of Almighty God and the iron will of the United States Army. Congratulations to everybody. We love our country. We've never done better. Thank you. God bless you. God bless the Army, and God bless America. And now I'd like to ask our great First Lady to join me at the podium. Thank you very much, everybody.
Mr. President, on behalf of the United States Army, the Army Golden Knights, I would like to present to you this flag, which was flown over our nation's capital in free fall during the Army's 250th birthday celebration.
Just my children and a wife. Thank my lucky stars to be living here today. 'Cause our flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take. An American, at least I know I'm free. The man died to me, and I'm glad he stands up to defend her today. I love this land. Happy birthday, Mr. President. From the lakes of to Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, see, to Houston. It's time we stand. Sing it with me. No, God bless the USA. Light up your cell phone. I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died who gave right to me. And I gladly stand up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, U.S. Army. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Army, for
my grandfather and my great-grandfather for your service, for your country, for your family. And I just want to say thank you from a generation that may not have known your name, but I get to live in the freedom because of it.
I want to thank all the U.S. service members, men and women, and especially the Army for their 250th birthday. Thank you very much.
My grandpa served in the Army in World War II as part of the 82nd Airborne. Thank you, Army, for everything that you do.
My brother Rob and my son Alec both served in the U.S. Army. We thank you for your courage, your sacrifices, and the burdens that you may now carry.
Thank you so much for doing what you do, putting your lives on the line for other men like me to live the life I live.
I just want to say happy birthday to the U.S. Army, congratulating them on 250 years. I want to give a big shout out to my Uncle Zadian, who served in the Army, and thank you for all you do.
I'm very thankful for the dedication and the hard work of the men and women of the U.S. Army.
Hi, American soldiers. Thank you for all you do. Love you.
Our freedom is not free, and we know that we are free because of you and your efforts.
Thank you to our Army, active duty, and veterans for protecting our rights and freedoms. Comes at an immeasurable cost.
Wishing you the best. Happy birthday, Gone.
Happy birthday, Army. Thank you to everybody who's serving today and has served in the past.
Love you guys and girls. Thank you so much for everything you do.
A big thank you to the men and women that serve our country and everything you guys do for us.
Thank you, Army, and happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Army.
Happy birthday, Army.
Happy 250th.
When I raised my right hand, I swore an oath to every generation before me. I wear the same branch insignia as the soldiers who crossed the Delaware. Before there was a nation, there was an army. seen what division costs.
I serve because unity is worth the fight.
I carry that legacy forward every time I put on this uniform.
Both of my grandfathers served in the Second World War. They answered the challenges of their time, and it is my goal in this uniform to answer and meet the challenges of my time head on.
He ain't heaven, he's my brother.
Chests are out, the arms are swinging, a cadence count. Sound off. 1, 2. Sound off. Bring it on down. 1, 2.
'There's a strength in these bonds. There's a realness to these bonds. It's not just because this is your team, it's because your life depends on these people.
I'm a warrior and a member of the team.
I serve the people of the United States and live the Army values.
I will never accept defeat.
I will never quit.
Trained and proficient in my warrior task and drill.
I am an expert and I am a professional.
Enemies of the United States of America in close combat.
I am a guardian of freedom and the American way of life.
I am an American soldier.
I am an American soldier.
I am an American soldier.
So on we go, 'cause welfare is my concern. No burden is he to bear. We'll get there. For I know
I'm outside guarding the tomb of the unknown soldier. It is one of the most honorable jobs I think that I could have had in the military. I think about those soldiers who made the ultimate sacrifice.
Oh, beautiful for heroes proved in liberating strife. Who more than self their country loved, and mercy more than life.
It was a humbling experience putting on this uniform.
I believe this uniform is a symbol of trust, and it represents the highest ideals of our country.
Through the night with a light from
Thank you for joining us on this historic occasion. A special thanks to Scott's Miracle Grow and all of the terrific America 250 sponsors that helped make this monumental event happen. And to you here in our audience or watching at home, to those in our U.S. military who are currently serving, have served, or being remembered, thank you for celebrating in the greatest country in the world. God bless you and God bless America. Good night.
Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest!
Don't give up, guys. Don't put your phones away, okay? Everything that you are doing is wrong. Don't put your phones online. Everything that you are doing is worth testing online, okay?
The following route of dispersal is available. South on Spring Street. You must disperse immediately. Están en violación de la sección 409 del Código Penal. Les prohíbe permanecer presente en una reunión ilegal, lo que significa que deben abandonar el área que acabo de escribir. Si permanecen en esta área que acabo de escribir, estarán violando la sección 409 del Código Penal. Pueden irse al sur de la calle Spring. Deben dispersar inmediatamente. I am Deputy Pizzini, a Deputy Sheriff for the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. I hereby declare this to be an unlawful assembly, and in the name of the people of the state of California, order all those assembled on Spring Street to immediately disperse, which means to break up this assembly and leave the area. Section 409. The following road of dispersal is available. South on Spring Street. You must disperse immediately. Soy diputada Fassini, oficial del departamento del alguacil.
got no integrity. I'm twice your age and you're gonna try to fight me with that shit just because I'm standing here. Throw some fucking balls, motherfucker! Stand down! Peaceful protest! 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 And the police, nigga!
Fuck Donald Trump! Fuck Donald Trump! I'm so proud of everybody right now. I see no king! I see no king!
Mask. I like your mask. That's it hard. That's it hard, Bob. Peaceful protest.
Yo, jump through. Better to get cut than arrested. I appreciate your help. How's your day going? Right? Hell yeah. Thank you guys. I live in San Antonio. There they were shooting at some babies down the street from where I lived. I couldn't fucking line up. Let's go! Let's go, time. You gotta make it now.
We're gonna cross this way.
Yo, can y'all do us a big, really fucking big favor? Can you at least talk to the police and try and like keep them back as long as possible? They got an injured guy right there, and I don't want him to get his ass kicked. Yo, we gotta go.
Doing a good job right now? Well, some big shit right now. Well, some big shit over here.
Can you get in your car? Can you get in your car?
Can I leave?
Go!
Cross over.
marched up.
Let our people go!
Mírenlo. No me estés, gordito. Chill, papá, relax. Relax. Talking to you.
That would be great. Excuse me, guys. Let's keep it moving, please. They've already allowed us to keep moving. Let's keep it moving, okay? Please, guys.
Officer Palacios.
Our voice will be heard better that way. It's a peaceful protest, but sitting in front of them is going to stop nothing. I promise you it will stop nothing. They have allowed us to keep moving. Let's continue to take advantage of this opportunity and to continue protesting in LA, okay? Let's keep it moving, guys. Our voices matter, and they are allowing us to be heard. They are allowing us to be heard if we keep it peaceful. But the moment we stop is the moment they stop hearing us. And we cannot let that happen, guys. Let's keep it moving, and let's continue to be heard. Because our voices matter. Let's continue to be heard, guys. Come on. Hey.
Join your friends, man. Go join your friends. Go fucking get the fuck out of here. Join me.
Everybody. Somebody disturbing the peace.
He's trying to
You all right?
Yeah.
Get home safe.
You got eye protection? You got eye protection? You got eye protection?
Come on, let's go. On the fence line. On the fence line. We gotta move.
All right, come on. Please.
Get to our people, huh?
Yep. Get home safe. Come on. Come on. Keep on moving.
get home safe. I appreciate it. Excuse me, excuse me.
Come on, come on.
That's what.
You should be ashamed of yourself!
Have a good night, ma'am. Have a good night.
Get home safe, please. Get home safe.
Let's go play video games and eat tacos. No one wants to be here. No one. Keep moving. Stay safe, though, guys. Yeah, you as well, man. Get home safe. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Get home safe.
Peaceful protest. 29 Palms. Peaceful I'm from Beaumont. I was after all the fuck time.
firing tear gas, or what was that? Rubber ball. Oh.
was in court. It wasn't their decision to come here, now they're separated from their families, and the courts aren't going to do it. So, if the courts aren't even hiring, you gotta tell them something good, which is the most important thing about this whole thing, is the fucking children. All they care about is some fucking adults, and not wanting to go back and me where you're...
You gotta go.
I mean, where are we going to go?
You gotta go.
Keep walking. Whoa! No, keep walking.
There's a crew right behind you. We're with the press.
Okay, you get behind us.
Yeah.
Move up the sidewalk. Move up the sidewalk.
Squad that is code 6 at Arcadia.
Good, we're good. Go back that way. Go back.
Looks like that intersection's been up.
I know. I let it go.
in there.
Cái gì? Địch có tận 12 võ tướng, mà toàn là đao thuẫn binh, điểm thủ còn mạnh nữa. Thế
aimed at developing a soldier's physical and mental toughness.
When I'm out,
U.S. military.
Even had a country. We had an army.
They started as a small, unorganized group of shop owners and farmers.
Division there. Beat will swing.
Chồng em là chồng em lớn tuổi, chồng em có tất cả rồi.
We are pushing for southbound on Broadway, front doors, 0 over start. Hey, you still have voters come up from the area and third Broadway. All right, third and Broadway. Copy. Back up!
Bạn làm việc chăm chỉ 3 đến 5 năm nhưng vẫn chưa một lần được gọi tên thăng chức. Bạn giỏi chuyên môn, luôn hỗ trợ.
Or more.